I want to get your take on this Alabama team. Good morning to you. Good day. It's almost 12. My schedule for today goes like this, okay? We're going to talk Alabama football, what we learned, part 1. That is going to last for the next hour or so. And then I'm going to head to watch the 49ers game with my son, Buffalo Wild Wings, at 3 p.m. And then I'll start my evening show at 6 p.m. and we'll go deep. We'll go heavy, all right? So I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. A good place to start out with, and I put a poll inside the comment box. Who should start against Ole Miss, Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson? Let's start out with just looking at the offensive statistics, okay? Bring that to full screen. And as we dive into the full screen analytics of this game, and I do have the Pro Football Focus grades. That is me full screen. Call line is at the very bottom of your screen. See 205-850-1994. I'm going to write that down inside the comment box as well, so you guys can call in, all right? I got a few lines open today. The good thing was the running game was solidified in the back end of the game. Roydell Williams with 129 yards. Thought that was a bright spot of this game. Someone said, I'm tired of you talking about the special teams being a bright spot. Finally, we got the running back to talk about, right? Roydell Williams, 129 yards off 17 carries. Got to let these running backs eat. You know, I said that on social media, and it's true. Jace McClellan, I think he's running hard. He has 74 yards off 13 carries. In total, Alabama ran the football 42 times for 240 yards, a net total of 203 yards with 2 touchdowns, an average of 4.8 yards per rush. Tyler Buckner, okay? He came in and, yeah, we will talk about the pass rush, the terrible pass rush, but we're talking about the stats right now. So let's talk about the statistics from the game, and then we'll talk about the players and all that, all right? So let's just kind of get to it. And we will show those Pro Football Focus grades as well. Tyler Buckner came in and started this game for Alabama. He was 5 of 14, 34 yards. His longest pass was 13 yards. Ty Simpson comes in, and Coach Saban said he managed the game, managed the back end of the game. And he was 5 of 9, 73 yards. His longest was a 45-yard connection with C.J. Dupree. Thought he threw the ball right on the money. I liked it. The downside with Simpson is, did you guys notice this? I want to ask you. Did you notice how he kept looking over literally the entire time at the sideline waiting for the play? Literally, he'd just be like looking the entire time, and then he'd come back and snap. I mean, you got to know, you know, what's going on. You got to take command. He was sacked 5 times. Man, there was a couple times that he took some big hits. And just wait till you see Caden Proctor's grade. Ty Simpson finishes out just 5 of 9, 73 yards. Receiving wise, Isaiah Bond, he was targeted 8 times. Hauled in 4 receptions for 42 yards. C.J. Dupree targeted twice. 1 reception for 40. Look at that receiving, those stats. God, that's sad. How can they be wideouts if you can't get them the football, right? Jermaine Burton, 1 reception. It was targeted 4 times. Jace McClellan, 1 reception. Robbie Oots, 1 reception. Roydell Williams, 1 reception. Malik Benson, 1 reception. Ja'Cory Brooks, no catches. Kobe Prentice, who we've been playing on fire, no catches. South Florida on the right of your screen. Brown had 23 carries for 92 yards, almost hit the 100-yard mark. Guy was a squirrely quarterback to try to wrap up, right? 14 to 28 passing, 87 yards. He was also sacked 5 times, so Alabama did get to the quarterback. I mean, some of that was coverage imposed. Some of that was him running around back in the backfield. Sean Atkins hauled in 6 receptions for just 42 yards. So those are the offensive statistics from the game. What's up? I appreciate you guys joining me, Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. Let's look at the defensive statistics real quick against South Florida, and then we'll kind of dive into a little bit more, and I'll show you guys the Pro Football Focus grades, and we can continue to chop it up. And then I'll take your calls for this next hour or so, and then I'm going to go watch that football game. The 49ers are playing at 3. They play the Rams. So here are the defensive statistics. Let me pull that up full screen. All right, let's look at these. Okay, so Here are the stats, and I'll put that full screen. You got Deontay Lawson up at the top left. You had 10 total tackles, and you have Tim Smith. He had 9 tackles. Wow. I didn't realize Tim Smith had that many tackles yesterday. Then you had Malachi Moore. You have Terran Arnold, who each had 8. You have Dallas Turner had 7. Chris Braswell had 7. Jahad Campbell had 7. Mabogbe had 5. There's a bunch of tackles out there. Tackles for loss, let's see. Looks like Braswell had 3 tackles for loss. And the interception was by Malachi Moore. That was later in the game. Kind of, ended that game, so to speak. So there's your defensive statistics. You guys want to look at the Pro Football Focus grades? You guys want to wait? Let me know in the comment box. They're not good. Call line is open. While you guys answer me, I'll take our first call, and the call line is 205-850-1994. And with that said, let's go to the 256. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Anderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Danny Caller from Tuscaloosa.
Hey, what's up, Danny? I appreciate you calling in, man. What's on your mind, man? Welcome to the show.
Man, it's so much on my mind. I just don't know where to start. But, man, I've noticed. This is what I'm telling people. I don't know where Saban's getting these recruits from, but he better start getting boys from Alabama, straight up from the state. I mean, Lawson, Rodell Williams, Kool-Aid, and Malachi Moore are the best players right now, and they're from Alabama. Dallas Turner's not doing nothing. Chris Boswell's not doing nothing. The O-line definitely not doing nothing. I don't know what I just don't know where he get them boys from, because, my goodness, they about to get Ty Simpson back broken.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on, man? I just never seen this before.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what to start. Like, the quarterback situation, you just going to have to stick with Jalen, because that's the best option. Yeah, he messed up against Texas, but you got to also look, those 2 takeaways, those penalties were those touchdowns, that was him.
Yeah.
And that's not his fault. That was the offensive line fault. And Alabama should have won that game, but, I mean, I just don't know. Like, this team has to get themselves together, because if we playing like this, and Ole Miss is coming next week, Ole Miss is just going to blitz, because they're going to look at all the filming, and they're going to say, okay, all we got to do is just blitz them.
Yeah.
That's it.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, the offensive line, my goodness. I mean, as much as we hyped them up and they were the biggest offensive line in college football and all this stuff, it's just been this offensive line has just been anything but good, right? I mean, I get it. Tyler Booker didn't play yesterday. Coach Saban said he had some back spasms or whatever it was. But like you said, like poor Ty Simpson comes in. Man, Caden Proctor, I don't know if he's ready, fam. I really don't. He slid off a defender on the backside, and Ty Simpson got obliterated. I saw someone in one of our comments said, maybe you should slide J.C. Latham to the left tackle. I mean, it doesn't sound like a bad idea, right now, because Caden Proctor, let me show you the Pro Football Focus grades. Okay, I'm going to read these out for everybody. Okay, so these are the Pro Football Focus grades. If you're new to Pro Football Focus, these are grades after the game done by former coaches that played at the college and NFL level. And then after, they put the grades for everybody to look. So as you can see up top, let's just walk you through the top part. Okay, so you have Caden Proctor. He played, the star indicates that he was a starter at left tackle. He played in 66 snaps, total mean snaps. And then if you look to the far right, his grade was a 58.8. Think of these grades more like an F is kind of like a D, and like a B is like an A. But still, I mean, 58.8, I mean, clearly you can see that he's one of the lowest graded players. Actually, the lowest graded player was Jermaine Burton, or I'm sorry, the lowest graded player was actually Tyler Buckner down at the bottom of your screen with a 50.8 in 26 snaps. 50.8, my goodness. Darian Dallacourt, who's also played at right guard, he had a 60.6. Seth McLaughlin, he had a 56.4. Caden Proctor, 58. I mean, it's just like the offensive line clearly struggling. We're on with Danny from Tuscaloosa. I mean, it's just not it. I mean, this offensive line just clearly I mean, is Wolford going to make some changes? Maybe they slide JC. I mean, you're saying just get dudes from Alabama. I don't know, Danny. I mean, the offensive line, and you're right. If I'm Ole Miss and I'm Pete Golding, who's coming in, Pete Golding and Lane Kiffin, right? Both under Saban, they know exactly what to do. Especially if you've seen this team, I know what to do. You know what to do, Danny. Blitz this team. All you got to do is blitz this team.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Judkins, he's from Alabama. How did they miss him? Look how he's running all over everybody. I just don't know, like, what is going on. And then, I mean, I've watched Alabama all my life, even in the dark days. And when they was losing, they didn't, like, struggle. They still played hard. They just, you know, they come at the end. But this team, they just don't care. That's how it feels like. They just don't care at all. They're not trying hard enough. Nobody has no fire in them. There's not an alpha dog on that line. There's nobody getting their faces. Like, what's going on?
What do you think of Saban's temperament after the game?
I really don't. I can't really put. You know, I'm trying to think all in my head. Maybe he was just trying to get the backups some more experience. You know, he's not showing anything. Mm-hmm. But like when we had the first and goal, we can't push South Florida. I'm like, what is going on?
No, South Florida was getting a lot. Yeah, yes, you're right.
They're blowing off the line. I'm like, what is going on, man?
Yeah.
I'm like, what in the world? Like, we can't even push them. How we gonna beat? You know, if we played LSU yesterday, we would have got blown out like Mississippi State.
Like Polo saying inside the comment box, South Florida blitzed every down. They did. And even Coach Saban in his press conference, he said that they had some of the most exotic blitzes, but still it's like you look like you know the pressure's coming. They got to Ty Simpson 5 times. And as I have a question inside the comment box, let me ask you this before you go, Danny, on with Danny from Tuscaloosa. Straight up, who gives Alabama the best opportunity to beat Ole Miss?
It's going to be Jalen. I mean, because the way the offensive line is not holding up, he's going to have to run and use his legs. Ty's not fast as him. I mean, he's elusive. He can make juke moves and stuff, but he's not fast like Jalen. And don't ever put Tyler Buckner back in. Excuse me. Hell no. Don't put him in. Good Lord. I could throw better than that. I'm not even a quarterback. No, don't put him in. He needs to just be benched, period. But, yeah, Jalen gives us our best chance, man. That's all I can say.
Oh, man. All right. Well, Danny, I appreciate it, man. I'm going to get to my next caller, man. But I got a show coming up tonight again at 6. So come back with it later on if you want.
I'll be on.
All right, man. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Danny.
Roll Tide, man.
Roll Tide to you, man. Hang in there. All right. We got a call from 571. It looks like it's an overseas call. And then a 737. Hang tight. I'll be right with you on BAMA Football on YouTube. I wanted to show I was diving into some statistical numbers. And again, I just got back from Miami. I just got back from Tampa. I don't even know where I'm from. This morning, I had a red eye. What's up, Crimson Kings? I see you inside the comment box. The O-line is softer than a baby's butt. Buckner, no. Dude, look, a lot of people saying the similar things this morning. These are the statistics for the Alabama quarterbacks. And let me get that off the screen. Through 3 games, okay? Let me walk you through it, and I'll get to my next call. Okay, so let's start up top. Jalen Milroe against Middle. He was 13 of 18. 194 yards and 3 touchdowns. Looks incredible now, right? When you look back at it, you're like, oh, man, that's amazing. Efficiency was 217. Against Texas, top-ranked team, one of them, 14 of 27, 2 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, 49 longest, was sacked 5 times for 31 yards. Efficiency goes way down to 140, okay? Inconsistent. Overall, 27 of 45, 2 interceptions, has 5 touchdowns. Longs to 49. He's been sacked 7 times for 47 yards. We clearly know that some of those sacks were on him. Some of them were on the offensive line. Tyler Buckner, his first opportunity against Middle, he was 3 of 5. He actually rushed for a touchdown. His longest pass was for 20 yards. Then he gets thrown in, starts the game against South Florida. He goes 5 of 14, 35%, 34 yards. Longest of 13. Has not been sacked. His efficiency rating, 56.1. You got Ty Simpson, 1 for 1 against Middle. Rushes for a touchdown. Then he gets some opportunity against South Florida. 5 of 9. Go out and win the game. lead us to a victory. He does just that. Manages the game. 73 yards. His 45-yard pass to C.J. Dupree was money. The downside, dude was sacked 5 times, 32 yards. Efficiency rating, 123. It's clearly between Milroe and Simpson. And I asked you inside the comment box, straight up, who gives Alabama the best chance to beat Ole Miss? I'm not talking about even down the road. I'm talking about game by game. Straight up, who can beat Lane Kiffin? That's a team that just put up 73 points. I was talking to some people from Ole Miss. They're like, hey, we don't have much. I'm like, dude, Alabama barely escaped South Florida. True story. I walked last night from the stadium to get an Uber. And the guy picks me up, and he's a football fan. And he's like, man, what was the score? And I was like, oh, he's like, South Florida get blown out. And he's like, I'm like, no, it's 17-3. And he's like, holy shit, are you serious? I was like, yeah, man, I'm serious. He was like, what? I mean, everyone was shocked by that game. Got a 1999 super chat from Chris Harper saying we should do Colorado and let the young bloods roll. The O-line sucks royally. Just let the younger players get experience for the next year. Can't be any worse. Worst football I've seen since we lost to Louisiana Monroe. I appreciate the super chat. It was not pretty by any stretch. The running game clearly was the thing to do. Let me ask you this, and I'm not taking away anything from Ty Simpson because he did what he had to do. He came in, threw a big pass in a big part of the game, wins out for Alabama. But don't you feel, am I wrong on this? Do you feel like if Jalen Milroe comes in that game that Alabama wins by like 21, 28 points? Or am I tripping? Seriously, I don't know. I just felt like if you put him in, you win that game handily. Saban did mention, too, that Alabama has had 4 touchdowns called back. Travis, what's up, man? I appreciate the super chat, $9.99. We promised joyless murder ball, and hey, we're halfway there. It's time to take away the black jerseys at practice. Man, there's no murder ball. It's survive in advance right now. That's what it is. It's not murder ball. It's survive in advance. And next up is Ole Miss. And you have to survive another former assistant. This is Lane Kiffin's Super Bowl. Texas had their Super Bowl, the college football Super Bowl. Now this is Lane Kiffin's Super Bowl. There'd be nothing that would delight Coach Kiffin more than to beat Coach Saban head to head. And Philip is saying, yeah, if Jalen gets in, he throws 5 picks. I mean, he's throwing interceptions. Brandon saying, can Nate Oates call plays? All right, we go back to the phone lines and let's take that 573. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from? Are you there? I think we lost him. All right, 737, what's up? Let's get it. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is David calling from Austin.
David from Austin, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show. Take it away, man.
Man, I'm stressed, man.
Yeah.
For the past 3 years, it's been hard watching Alabama. It's been hard. As a fan, I don't even enjoy watching it anymore. Like, last caller said, yeah, talking about murder ball. Yeah, they're definitely playing murder ball. They're murdering us fans watching. Mm-hmm. Like, my gosh, This is embarrassing. You know, like I'll be surprised if we're in the top 25. Being honest, we'll be lucky to be 500 the way we're playing. You know, like I understand taking Jalen Milroe out, letting Ty Simpson, Buckner play, but there has to be a reason why Milroe didn't go back in. There has to, because, I mean, my goodness, we almost lost that game. We are lucky to win that game. Very lucky. And I agree, Dallas Turner hasn't shown me nothing. No one on the defensive line has shown me anything. Mm-hmm. And I'm happy we played James Smith. I was a huge advocate last week for James Smith. I thought he played really well. I mean, Tommy Reese, oh, man. Yeah. I think I might rather have Bill O'Brien, if I'm being honest. It's that bad.
Oh, well, that's kind of somebody who's been escaping a little bit of the heat too, right? Is we've been critical of the offensive line, and rightfully so. They played atrocious. The quarterbacks, you know, they're trying to figure out their rhythm. They've been inconsistent. I mean, we've barely seen anything from Ty Simpson. But how much of this is on Tommy Rees? Seriously. I mean, why will Alabama not take a shot downfield? It seems like they have completely just chopped off the deep ball game. And some of this stuff, like dinking and dunking to the backfield, like give these guys an opportunity to at least develop some sort of rhythm that can turn into some momentum for this offense. This offense has no identity. They have no momentum. I'm glad that they ran the football last night. I said feed Jace or feed Roydell or somebody. But in terms of
I'm happy.
What Tommy's doing, and look, remember, was Tommy Alabama's first choice? Didn't they bring in that guy from Washington and they offered him the world and he said no thanks? I don't know. I don't know if he took a look under the hood and he was like, I'm getting it. Yeah.
I wish he had him. Oh, man.
Shoot.
Like, this is rough to watch, man. Like, if we're being honest, it wouldn't have been as bad with Jalen Milroe in, but it would have still been bad because this O-line is getting worse every game. I mean, Caden Proctor is going to get somebody hurt bad.
Yeah.
I mean, like the way it is bad.
Yeah.
Those hits that Ty would take because of him.
Yes.
And what's his name? Jace McClellan cannot pass block. I mean, at all. Like,
no, they can't.
Wow. Like, man, I appreciate you for taking my call, man. I'm gonna let you get to other callers. I love your show, man. Keep doing what you do.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, that was a call from the Texas area. Let me pull up these are the pass blocking stats right here. See if I can get this framed out a little bit better and put this full screen. Kyle Henderson and BAMA football on YouTube. Here are the Pro Football Focus pass blocking grades. Okay, they're a little bit better than I thought. Terrence Ferguson, in 30 pass protection plays, he had a grade of 79.4. Okay, it's actually better than I thought. J.C. Latham, 79.9. Seth, 77.8. Huge jump for him. 73.4 for Darian. But my goodness, they ate up Caden. Caden Proctor with a grade of 52.4. Needs to, I'm all about, the freshman getting their opportunity, but clearly, he's had 3 opportunities, and we keep talking about consistency and performance. Clearly, it's not there for Caden Proctor. So maybe move JC to the left if you can and try to figure out something on the right side. Something needs to change because this offensive line is not it. And I don't know. And let me ask you something like this as we continue to go forward. How much is on Tommy Rees? Are you out there questioning some of the play calls and the designs? Or is this on the players? It's X's and O's, Jimmy's and Joe's, or is it one and the same? Kind of seems like it's everything. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 256. We start right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
It's Anthony from Jack State. Called you a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Really appreciate everything you do, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate you calling in, man. Go ahead.
Man, my problem with the O-line, and maybe this cleared up for a bunch of people that know O-line and watch O-line, you're not doing any favors for Caden Proctor putting Damian Dalcourt beside him. Hey, I don't know what was wrong with Booker last night, but that really hurt us. Damian Dalcourt has lost every job that he's had at Alabama. He started out as a center, lost his job to a freshman, Seth McLaughlin. Moved in the right guard, loses his job to Booker. Moved in the left guard last night, and he looked like he was in a guessing game with a chicken fair concert. He never knew where the blitz or stunts were coming from. He didn't do any favors for Caden Proctor. He could have told him that zero was on the blitz most of the night last night, and Caden Proctor might have get a better set in his stance. And the quarterbacks aren't doing themselves no favor by not moving up in the pocket. Now, Ferguson could probably handle right guard, but do not put Damian Dalcourt back in. It's driving me crazy with this cat.
Yeah.
And I get it. He's been there 4 or 5 years, and he knows the system. He knows what words to use to keep his position, and it looks good on paper, but it doesn't look good in performance. He's never looked good in performance. He started out at Alabama with false starts, if everybody remembers him back in the Mississippi State game 3 years ago. So it drives me insane. It drove me insane last night and leaving McClendon in. When Williams was obviously your bowling ball with butcher knives attached to it. He was killing that defense. I would have run him like they did Derrick Henry back in the day.
Yep.
I mean, he don't need but 2 inches of daylight, and Buddy, he's either gone or getting him 3 yards or 4 yards with a good lean-to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, Chase is probably coming back from that injury last year, and he don't want to get hurt anymore, and he's playing a little lackadaisical. And as far as everything else go, I could just go on ranting and raving about Tommy Reese. Is probably the worst hire we've had since Major Applewhite.
Mm-hmm.
He just really is. He brings no juice to the offense. He gives no help in a hot route all night long to either one of these quarterbacks, which Buckner is clearly not a starting SEC quarterback on anybody's team. Mm-hmm. He's got the worst. I thought he had Tommy John surgery. He had such a weak arm last night. I've wrung out water that fell faster than he could throw a football. And these things were self-evident in the first quarter, and he should have been pulled earlier for Ty Simpson. If Ty Simpson has the time and you set him up some hot routes, he will kill these dudes, man. He is better than Milroe because Milroe can't read but one side of the field. Mm-hmm. We've seen that in 2 games. We've seen that in a 3-game sample. Mm-hmm. And unless they're going to set the offense up to run some kind of wing tee, Milroe is non-void. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry to say that. And he must have had a bad attitude because he wasn't even the second-string quarterback the other night. Mm-hmm. And all these things are accumulating, and it's driving me crazy. It's not the whole line's fault. They need help. If you got a true freshman playing left tackle, then get a hot route over there to nullify that guy or run the football at 0. The outside linebacker was killing us all night long. Mm-hmm. We made him an All-American last night, guys, and it wasn't just Proctor's fault. I'm telling you, Dalcourt ain't handled a twist stunt the entire night. Mm-hmm. He can't decipher it. You could see his head moving really fast if you'll rewatch the game. He doesn't know where nothing's coming from. He is a problem because he can't even help a freshman do his job. Mm-hmm. And that is his job at left guard, is to help that freshman. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, that's Tommy Reese's fault. It's not the O-line coach's fault. You know, we went from running zone offense last year with zone run plays, and you can't run zone offense this year, and they can't even block downhill. That's the offensive coordinator's fault. We got a good center. We got a really good player in Booker, and I think Ferguson could get some more reps under him, and he could be an excellent player. But until you solve that riddle or somebody sees it on tape down there, because Coach Saban doesn't get involved with the offense much. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we don't have the offensive coordinators that we've lost in the past. I get it. But something's going to have to be done down there, and I do not know. But criticizing Coach Saban is the last thing I want to do because I don't want to do what we went through 22 years without a good coach. If they're everywhere, then why ain't they at Alabama? Mm-hmm. Because they're not. And I don't feel like criticizing Coach Saban is the right thing to do because he gets left with what's left over because of the NIL. Nobody wants to recruit and coach as much as they used to, and nobody points that out. Mm-hmm. You don't get the great coaches anymore. A lot of the good offensive and defensive coordinators went to the pros to get out of this NIL and transfer portal crap. And Coach Saban gets dumped on just because, he made one bad hire. You know, it just drives me crazy, man. There's too much on his plate. We're going to have to suffer through this year, and I'm not going to blame Coach Saban, and I don't even care if it is his fault. The man's earned the right to have some kind of, like, a bad year. He's kept us in relativity for 15 years when we were irrelevant for 22. And I just want to remind Alabama fans, hey, dude, this hurts and I get it, but look, it ain't the end of the world. He's going to figure it out, and maybe next year's our year. Maybe this is the one time where we, in 4 years we don't play for the national championship. But it ain't the end of the world. He'll figure it out. And he's proven he'll get rid of bad people. Major Applewhite was gone. Next thing what was his name? McElwain came in. So he's going to fix it, man. Everybody just needs to chill out. I don't want to lose Coach Saban over people, and especially I heard the boosters are complaining. What do they got to complain about? He's made them billions of dollars. Mm. Get off your high horse. The man works himself to death. Mm. Everybody needs to remember not all coaches care. Mm. Tommy Tuberville, Malzone. We watched it in our own state where they give up. And then you really get 5 years behind in recruiting.
Yep.
Because that's what happens every time you get rid of a coach. That's a 5-year window that you're giving up. And people need to realize that, quit putting all this pressure on Saban, because all he got to do is just walk away. They'll fire Sarkisian tomorrow and give him a higher contract than anybody in the nation to coach Texas. And then you're going to get slayed in recruiting, because then he's going to have all the NIL money, because that's what Texas is. But anyway, Kyle, I love everything you do for our university and everything you do for Texas. I mean, for Alabama fans and for everybody in the state, man. Keep doing what you do, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for calling in, Anthony.
Sorry about the long rant, man. I just think it needs to be said.
I think so too, man. I appreciate it. Thanks. All right. Anthony calling out in Jacksonville State. Real tight to you, buddy. Appreciate the call in. Call-in line is open. You got 205-850-1994. My name's Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys joining me today. September 17th, I just got back from Tampa this morning. Took the red eye back here. It was nice. I got from Tampa to Atlanta. The Atlanta airport was a complete zoo like it always is. And then I cruised on into beautiful Birmingham and got back here to Tuscaloosa. That's where I live. Taking my son to watch the 49ers at 3 p.m. And then I'll come back from my evening show, which will start probably around 6:30. And then we'll go heavy on that to break down more of this game, take your calls, and also start to talk about Ole Miss. Ole Miss is coming to town. Games at 2:30 here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Two things I got homework assignments for you guys while you guys are inside the comment box. Number one, if the AP poll comes out, of the coaches poll, will you guys post that inside the comment box? It comes out around now or 1. I want to see where Alabama's ranked. I don't think they're going to be ranked in the top 10, nor should they be ranked in the top 10. This is not a top 10 team. So I'm just curious to see where they're at. And then also, will you guys let me know if there's a line for Alabama and Ole Miss? I think some offshore lines had Alabama favored by a touchdown. I would say it's less than a touchdown if the official lines come out. Sometimes they come out a little bit later in the day. I would imagine it's like Alabama's a 5.5-point favorite. I was talking to some Ole Miss people this morning and saying that Ole Miss doesn't have a lot, but I mean, you look at their schedule, they haven't played the quality of opponent that Alabama has in Texas, but they're scoring a ton of points, and Lane Kiffin's having fun. Pete Golden's over there. I think he already got it chewed out by Lane Kiffin one time. I don't know. So with that said, let's go back to the phone lines, and we'll take a 337. We'll start right now. Let's try that again. Hang tight, caller. I'm trying to get you through. Not sure what's happening. Give me 1 second. Looks like I'm running into just a slight error. Give me 1 second. All right, let's give this just another second. And you guys just hang tight. I'll be right back. Sometimes, I mean, I do all this myself, so sometimes there's just issues that happen. Stay with me. All right, are you guys still there? I don't know. The call, having some trouble connecting to the call. Are you guys still there? Oh, let me see. All right. Let me get that window, try to refresh. I don't know what's happening to the call in line. But I wanted to go back to why let that kind of like flush out. Let's go over some more of those Pro Football Focus grades. I don't think I showed you guys the defensive Pro Football Focus grades. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Things happen. Internet gets squirrely. I'm not going to worry about it. I stopped stressing about the internet a long time ago. It's just not worth it. Can't control it. These are the Pro Football Focus grades against South Florida. So Caleb Downs, 58.5. Didn't you guys see when Caleb Downs was he was bulldozed by that running back? And I think Jalen Keat was too. Man, that was crazy. Both those guys got eaten up a couple times. All right, Deontay Lawson, 88.3 Pro Football Focus grade. Call line is closed for right now. I'll get you guys in a second. I don't know what happened. Terran Arnold, 74.7. Kool-Aid, 81.1. Malachi Moore, 75.1. Jalen Key, 65.6. Dallas Turner, 61.7. Chris Braswell, 90.3. Whoa. That's good. That's the first time we've been in the blue on defense. Anybody. Congratulations, Chris. Wow, that's amazing. Justin Mbogbe, 69.5, and then Tim Smith, 67.8. Tresman, Tresman, to be honest, has been grading out a little bit low in these Pro Football Focus grades. Have any of you defensive linebacker specialists been following Tresman? What have your thoughts been on him? Because he's been grading out pretty low, to be honest. So I don't know. I mean, it's still a small sample size, but we do have enough components to work with, right? Statistically. I want to go over, actually, these were some more stats last night. I don't think you guys are going to like this. Alabama had 8 punts last night. James Burnap, love the dude. He's doing a great job. 8 punts, 369 yards, average of 46.1, longest of 60 inside the 24 with 3 touchbacks. Will Reichert, he was hit a field goal, and the distance was from 30 yards. He's been money. And these are the season offensive stats. Let's go over these. Now that Alabama has 3 games, you can look at this in full screen. Starting up on the left of your screen, you have Roydell Williams, 3 games played, 30 attempts, and his net average is 177. You have Jace McClellan, 35 attempts, and net gain is 158 yards with a touchdown. Only 2 rushing touchdowns from those 2, which is interesting. Jalen Milroe has 92 yards for 2 touchdowns. And then after that, it kind of drops off. You had Justice and Jameer Miller, Jam Miller, with 7 attempts. So those guys have 11 combined. And then Richard Young had 5 carries for 19 yards. Haven't really seen much of Justice Haynes since that first game. Passing-wise, I already showed you those statistics. Jalen Milroe right now with 449 yards. Buckner has 61, and then Ty Simpson has 78 yards. Receiving-wise, I cut it off after Malik Benson. We're looking at the bottom left of your screen. Man, that's crazy. Malik Benson only has 4 receptions for 38 yards. Man, I thought he was – I get it. We're not really getting the ball to these guys, but still, it's like 4 receptions, 38 yards. I wonder how he feels. I think he was only targeted once yesterday. Mari Nyblack, 4 receptions for 94 yards. Jermaine Burton, 6 receptions for 102. Man, this is just terrible. Through 3 games, it's just terrible. Kobe Prentice, 8 for 88, and then Isaiah Bond, 10 for 52. This should be like per game. That's what we're used to, right? Remember when Alabama had like the wideouts? And I don't think this is really on the wide receivers. Clearly, like we've talked about that. It's more of the guys getting the football to them in the offensive line because the receivers have been playing really well. Punt returns on your right. Kool-Aid has 7 for 59 yards, 8.4 an average. I think last year was like 15 an average, so that's kind of a dip there. But teams don't want to punt to Kool-Aid. I get it. Alabama had a kickoff return for a touchdown called back yesterday. That wasn't good. Let's look at the defensive statistics through 3 games. So through 3 games, Deontay Lawson leads the team with 25 total tackles. He has, I think that is sacks, 2 for 18. And then you have Caleb Downs, who has 22 tackles. Tresman Marshall has 18. So he has 18 tackles, but he just hasn't been graded out too high on Pro Football Focus. Have to dive more into that and watch this last game again. Terran Arnold, 17 total tackles, pass deflections or breakups. He has 3 of those. Where have the interceptions been for this team? They've only had, what, 2? Is that right? Yeah. So one yesterday, that was Malachi Moore, and then Jalen Key in that first game as well. Won. That's kind of a statistic that stands out to me. Chris Broswell, 13 tackles. Dallas Turner, that's kind of low right there with 12, but he does have 2 sacks. Chris Broswell has 2 sacks. I thought we'd see more from Q Robinson, to be honest. Number 34 down here at the bottom left of your screen. But, sometimes, those guys, don't get in for whatever reason. Here's one more look at the quarterback chart. And I put a poll inside the comment box. Who do you think should start against Ole Miss? Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to connect the call line. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
This is David from Louisiana over here.
Hey, David. I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for hanging tight. I just sometimes the internet, you're just like, what the, you have no idea what happens. Things go wrong. It's all good. I used to stress about it, and then it's like, man, you can't, man. You can't control the internet. It just does whatever the hell it wants. But you're on the show, man. So take it away. Your observations, takeaways, whatever you want to go with.
Well, you might need to get Starlink, that Elon Musk internet. I've heard good things about it, but I don't. I know it's expensive, but anyways. No, our offensive line couldn't even stop St. John Bosco's defense from what I saw yesterday. I'm telling you, that was terrible. That poor Ty Simpson got destroyed. The blind side. I mean, it was so embarrassing to watch. It was embarrassing. It was the most embarrassing thing I've seen in a long time from the University of Alabama. It was just despicable. I'm not going to put all the blame necessarily on Tyler Buchner. I mean, it was his first start in the SEC, I'm not completely big on him. I think he deserved his shot yesterday, just like everybody else deserved a shot. And we all found out yesterday it's not necessarily the quarterbacks, it's the offensive line. The offensive line is dookie, trash. I'm not going to try to cuss on here, but it just ticks me off so bad. You could tell Tyler Buchner was nervous yesterday. I mean, anybody. All these people are sitting on the couch watching the game yesterday commenting about how, you got a 200-something pound dude coming at you running about 20 miles an hour fixing to drive you into the ground. You'd be nervous too, I just don't know what to do. I mean, I just don't know what to say. It's sad. It's really sad. The penalties, we didn't have a whole bunch yesterday, but, these touchdowns we get, like that one that Terry and Arnold took back yesterday to the house, had to be a holding call. I was like, oh my God, look at this dude. He's going down the sideline. I said, I bet you $100 is going to get called back somehow or another. And guess what happened? Of course, it's always something. Always something. I just don't know what to do. I mean, can we start a GoFundMe and hire some offensive linemen or something? It's gotten bad, man. It's really gotten bad.
What was really, we went back to 19. What was really sad was that video. I think it was by AL.com, and it was of Saban completely rain soaked walking through the tunnel. He looked like he was 400 years old, man. I mean, that was God bless, And then What? I'm sure you watched the press conference, and for everybody inside the comment box as well, we're on with David from Louisiana, calling from behind enemy lines. What did you guys think of Coach Saban's demeanor post game? He said he was happy with how the team played, happy with how they kind of responded in a game like that. What was your take, David, on kind of the post game demeanor? Did you think that he would be a little bit more fired up? I mean, what was your thought on that?
Well, thank God I'm not the coach, because it would have been bleeped out the whole interview. And we know how Coach Saban is. Everybody knows how Coach Saban is. He's going to do things internally. He's not going to bash his quarterback, his linemen, his defense, or anything publicly. He's just not that way. And if a coach does that publicly, it's an embarrassment as well to the university. You know, you deal with things internally. It's like whenever you correct your child at home, you know, you do that within the house. You know, yeah, back in the day, we used to do it in public, you know, before everything just went crazy and you can't spank your kid for, you know, stealing something or whatever. But, you know, I believe he handled it well. Yeah, I understand where he's coming from. They did fight, you know, and like he said the day before, a couple of days before, that this is going to be the fastest team as far as, you know, offensively, you know, constantly no huddle, hurry up, go, go, go. Defense is going to be pretty quick. They're going to send a lot of different exotic plays, you know, defensive plays to them. And they did, you know. But something has got to give on that offensive line. The running backs have got to start blocking better. You know, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to bash Tyler Buckner. It was his first start, you know, in the SEC. The dude only had 4 legit games under his belt at Notre Dame, you know, as a starter before he got injured. You know, he had 2 before he got injured, and then his last 2 was at the very end of the year. Yeah, he might not be cut out for the Southeastern Conference. You know, I'm not saying he's our savior or anything, but he had to give his chance. And I believe, like a lot of people said before, that maybe Coach Saban said, okay, you know, he's hearing it from people that do follow social media, you know, that's on his coaching staff. Why don't we go ahead and let them see what we really have as quarterbacks, and then let them know that Milroe is the best option for the team right now. But if our offensive line can't block, Tom Brady couldn't even do crap. You know, it's just that simple. I mean, I don't know what else to do. We can hire a ghost that's quarterback and the defense can't find him and throw the ball. I mean, I don't know what else to do. It's an embarrassment. You know, I live in one of the worst states in the United States as far as a fan base, in Louisiana over here. And, you know, just about everybody I know is LSU fans. And that's all I've heard. Well, y'all barely squeeze by. Y'all get into SEC play. Y'all might be a 2-5, 2-win and the rest lost team this year at the rate it's going. You know, because I'm telling you, Kiffin and company, they ain't gonna take it light on us come this weekend, coming up this next weekend. He is going to find every little hole, little nook and cranny that he could possibly find to expose the defense, and he's a genius at that. He's better than Sark will ever be at that, in my opinion, my personal opinion. When whatever, and you know, the coaching staff at Alabama, people are like, well, we need to get better coaching staff. We need to do. Well, look at where the old coaching staff is. How many of them that was under Coach Saban as an OC or DC are head coaches somewheres? You know, that's just part of the tree. Whenever you get into college football or high school football or whatever, you might be the water boy one week and the head coach the following week. You just never know. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. But something's got to give. I know you got other people wanting to get in, and I don't know. I'm just lost for words on it. I just something has got to give. And the best game I saw yesterday, was the Colorado State-Colorado game. That was probably the best game of the whole, and it just showed how overhyped, in my opinion, that Colorado actually really is, because they got brought into 2 overtimes last night. So, but anyways, I think Colorado State could have beat us yesterday. But y'all have a good one. I got this job I got to get started over here, and God bless everyone. God bless the United States of America, and I'll be listening later on tonight, brother.
All right, man. Take it easy, David. Talk to you later.
All right, brother.
All right. David calling in from behind enemy lines. Kyle Henderson and BAMA Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys joining me today. As I said, I will be back on tonight, probably around 6:30. Going to go watch the 49ers game at 3 p.m., but I wanted to jump on. I just got back from Tampa this morning, so, you know, there's plenty to dive into. Plus, I like what I do. I like to talk to you guys and, you know, kind of, you know, digest that game and get your voice on it, because I cannot believe that it was 3-3 with South Florida yesterday, right? I think we got SW in the chat. You guys watch that Colorado game? I was gonna look. I did watch the Colorado and Colorado State game, but I mean, it was on so late, and plus I was on Eastern time. I was like, I needed to go to bed, so I'm not surprised to see that game go into overtime. It's a rivalry game. You know, it's good to see Colorado now at 3-0. Looks like Hunter's going to be out a couple weeks. He took a monster shot. They're calling for that guy to be suspended, like on social media. I don't know. I don't know if they said what was wrong with Hunter, like his probably broken ribs or something like that. I don't know. But they got, did they have Oregon next? Is it Oregon or USC? Something like that. I mean, it's a fun storyline to watch. I love when Colorado's good. Love when some of those old classic teams are better. Florida State survived yesterday against Boston College. I knew they'd get into some of those squirrely matchups. Georgia was losing yesterday to South Carolina. They came back to win. And what are the matchups this coming week? Don't you have Notre Dame and is it Ohio State? And then you have Florida State and Clemson, I think, right? There's some pretty good matchups coming up. I see you inside the comment box, Adam. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, and then Tennessee. Oh, that was the funniest thing was when Tennessee, the Tennessee and Florida. So Florida beats Tennessee, but at the end of the game when they're kind of kneeling the ball, those two dudes are squaring up, right? Did you see that? That was hilarious. All right, 201. We go to the phone lines. Let's get it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Adam from Georgia. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Adam? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show. Take it away, man.
Yeah, I just got a few thoughts. You know, when it comes to deciding between Milroe and Simpson, my only issue with Milroe is that if he is the starter, we're going to deal with the same types of interceptions and a quarterback who just doesn't read defense as well or go through his progressions. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if Simpson's the answer. I think he has a higher ceiling. I just don't know if he's ready yet. So my view would be go with Milroe to start, and if he doesn't do well, go to Simpson. But none of this really matters if our O-line is not performing well. And I think it kind of like, when I watched that game yesterday, it kind of like shows me that there might be a culture problem in Alabama where the players are just not listening to Saban or his message, you know, his values and his old school approach, you know, the grind, you know, making the right choices, going through the process isn't working. And that's what really scares me, because if that's the truth, we're going to not do well this year and it's going to be difficult going forward. What do you think?
I don't know if, you know, like if you're not in the locker room, you don't know about like the culture problem. I think times have certainly changed. I think all the notoriety that Colorado continues to get, that might, you know, like, yeah, talking about blocking out all the noise and stuff. How can you, when you're always on your phone? I mean, everyone's always on their phone, especially, you know, these players at that age. But getting back to the quarterback, man, it's tough. I mean, look, Ty Simpson, I think you're right. Like he is capable to manage this team, but I just don't know if he is ready to beat Ole Miss, if he is ready to beat Mississippi State, if he's ready to go on the road to Texas A&M. He's got to grow up, right? You got to, at one point, like, give this offense to somebody. Can't be going, like, back and forth. I mean, we haven't even seen Dylan Lonergan. Is he next? Right? I mean, it said, Dylan Lonergan. That's what it says on the depth chart. We're going to see him at some point. I think you do have to go back to Jalen Milroe at some point, because I mean, you look at the statistics alone. I mean, he did take the lead against Texas. He does present problems with his legs. He's hit on the deep ball. He's thrown touchdowns. He might street fight the rest of the way, but he's going to give you your best chance to win games, in my opinion. And we need to see more of a sample size of Ty Simpson. He came in and did what he needed to do. He just got out of there with a dub. I like the fact that he was able to throw that pass to Dupree. He did have a ball that was underthrown that I think Robbie Oots bailed him out of at the end zone. Guy can run. Right. He's athletic as well. But I think to your point too, like if they can't block him, or if the offensive line can't block, then man, Simpson's gonna get killed. Seriously, yesterday he got obliterated, not once, like 3 or 4 times. If anyone's having some Advil today, it's him. Man, he was sacked 5 times. So, I mean, it's Milroe and Simpson at this point. I guess in an emergency case, you go to Dylan Lonergan. Maybe he can get something going. But it also, we can't forget about Tommy Rees. Some of this is on him as well. Right, this offense is not sexy at all. How about this? You know whose offense I liked, to be honest, is South Florida's. They don't have the outside weapons by any means, those receivers, and I love how they stretch the field, and I like what he did at Tennessee. That would have been a nice hire for Alabama to bring him in, some creativity like that he has. He doesn't have the weapons on the outside, and their quarterback's just a good athlete, and he can run around. He didn't really make any big passes, but I don't know. Tommy Rees it's been lackluster, if anything. So Tommy Rees isn't good. The quarterbacks aren't consistent. The offensive line is terrible. The running backs, I do like the running backs, and I think that they're going to get better. Maybe that's going to be the start of the identity. Just run the damn ball. I don't know. What else you got, David? I'm sorry.
I think Ole Miss is going to tell the story about whether we have potential this season to go to the SEC championship. My girlfriend and I are going back to Tuscaloosa, so hopefully we won't be leaving as disappointed as we were after the Texas game. So thanks for taking my call and roll tide.
Yeah, take it easy, Adam. Appreciate you calling in, man.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, those are big, 3 big issues we're dealing with here is the offensive coordinator, quarterbacks, offensive line. And somebody, like I said earlier in the show, someone was pissed off. They're like, stop saying the bright spot is the special teams. I'm like, that's the truth. Because Will Riker gets you points every time, and the punter, can bail you out. What does James say? What's up, James? I see you inside the comment box. Kyle, please remember that Saban wants an offense ran his way, not someone else's creative way. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think he wants to have an offense that's consistent and that kind of fits the world of college football today. With that said, what are we seeing different this year from Bill O'Brien? I don't know. 334, let's get it. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
David from Opelika.
Hey, David. What's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, we talked last week. I was your last caller last week.
Yep, yeah, I remember.
It's good to talk back to you.
Absolutely, and I hope you're having a good Sunday.
Yeah, my high thing changed. Everybody wanted to bench Jalen, and you do the math yesterday. Over 90% of people was telling the boy to get put back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You folks online and everything. They're gonna be growing pains. Like I watched Alabama's in the '80s when they didn't call them a wide receiver, they call them split end, Lamar Russell. And they got to develop a skill set. They got to develop plays for whoever's in there, which I just believe is Jalen. His leg can get you. Yeah, he throw interception, but interception is also part of the game. And what quarterback haven't done it? Tua were good, but Tua's in there. Tua wanted to throw a touchdown every play. He held the ball on it, and he tended to get hurt, and it's still going on today in the NFL. Bryce, I remember Bryce, he got Jameson William hurt in the national championship game when he underthrew the ball. And the last pass, guy ran back for a pick 6. That's why I mainly remember them two for when it came time for the big game and then the winner on their own from start to finish. Neither one of them brought the trophy back to T-Town. But it gonna get better. Reese just need to be on the sideline.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, yeah, he's.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did Lane Kiffin like that with Blake Sims. You got to be able to talk to your quarterback, whoever it is, and pull them to the side and look them in the face and calm them down and trust them. Everybody wanted to tile in. We gave him. I didn't watch the first part, but everybody talked about it like he was hot garbage. Mm-hmm. And then we got tied in there. He ran one play, and I thought he was going to get the first down, and he slid front and first. He going to mess himself up sliding like that. That's crazy. The way you slide. We pipe on Jalen, hold the ball long. When he hold the ball, throw it fast. We armchair fans, and we sitting there watching. You should have done this, should have done that. Just like a multiple choice question. You got 3-4 answers. The reason we got that because everybody not going to do the same. Mm-hmm. When you know it's one correct answer, but everybody, you got 3-4 people, they're going to choose different. It's just all about pressure. I just hope whoever wins the QB room does it. But it seemed like the wide receiver was sticking with Milroe when they came out the tunnel. That's who they walked out with before the game.
Yeah, I was down. I was down on the field yesterday before the game, and it was weird how all the quarterbacks came out together, but in the pregame, like pre-game, it was Jalen Milroe by himself, and then the other quarterback started working out, and I don't know. Like I saw someone in the comment box, I think it was you, Adam, said that Jalen Milroe was suspended yesterday. I hadn't heard that. I don't know if that's. I can't confirm that. I think probably say I don't. So I have no idea if that's true or not. But I know
somebody said on another show he was concussed, but I don't believe that either. I believe Saban just said, "Get what y'all want. I'm gonna prove it to you. Y'all don't trust me, so I'm gonna let y'all see, and not gonna put him in the game. And y'all gonna see what we got."
And he had to put other quarterbacks in the game. I mean, he had to, and he had to give those guys opportunities, and those guys got opportunities. So now I think Buckner, his play clearly shows that he's not ready for this level. Here at Alabama, like he's not, man. He dude looked freaked out. I was freaked out for him too. I was freaked out for everybody, and especially with that offensive line. Holy cow!
But we don't do nothing like the first championship team when we had Jim McElwain. He was calling play. We used to do reverses, screens. We don't do nothing.
Has there even been a screen called this year?
We went from air raid. No, I haven't seen him. I haven't really seen it in the last 3 years.
Like, why not get a screen to Isaiah Bond or something, right? I mean, there's been some passes out to like the flats to receivers or running back. I'm trying to think. Offensive gurus, if you're in there, has Alabama ran a screen this year? Seriously, to one of the wide receivers?
I haven't seen him in the last couple of years, really. We got all them backs, put 2 of them backs in there at the same time on a couple of plays and get these guys guessing which one's going to get the ball. They got to start blocking better because on these blitzes, Jace been scared ever since he got ran over 2 years ago in that one game. That dude, there was a little DB just ran him over. He hadn't been the same since for his blocking.
And yesterday, I mean, I get it. They can't block to save their life, but I mean, they didn't take anything down. They didn't take anything downfield besides that CJ Dupree. But other than that, I mean, they didn't go downfield. Hey, I've got to move to my next caller, but I appreciate you calling in. I'm going to be back on this evening, so if you want to watch the show, I appreciate it and call back.
I appreciate it.
All right, man, take it easy. Kyle Henderson of BAMA football on YouTube. I was thinking about that. It's like, where are the screens or something creative to kind of get these guys, the fastest players the ball? Like Isaiah Bond, you need to be creative to get him the football in some aspect. Malik Benson, I mean, that dude, 4 receptions this one screen, Chad is saying. Someone said 0, someone said 2. Let's call the average at 1. It's not a sexy offense, right? Even some of the stuff that like South Florida was doing yesterday where you kind of fake to the left and come back to the right, some misdirection, there's none of that. Christian's like, Reese needs to open up the play. I agree, Christian. Totally predictable. All right, we go back to the phone lines. 205, let's get it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hi, Kyle. This is Terry from Northport, Alabama. And the reason I wanted to, what I wanted to talk to you about, you and the previous caller had just touched on. I live in Northport, which is, very close to Tuscaloosa, and I've got a buddy that works out at the university, and you know how everyone has a source and everyone says they know things. Well, this friend of mine told me on Thursday, he said that Jalen Milroe was not going to play Saturday at all. Now, he didn't say that he was suspended, but he said he's not going to play. And I said, no, that isn't true. You're crazy. Coach isn't going to bench him. And he said, and he told me that Buckner was going to start and that Jalen wasn't going to play because he and Saban got into it. He didn't say whether or not it was in front of the team. He said he didn't know whether or not it was in front of the team, but he thought it was in front of the team whenever Buckner started taking more of the first round, more of the first team snaps. And I told him, I says, no, if Buckner goes in and doesn't do well, Coach Saban will go back to Milroe. Well, then we all saw what happened in the game. Buckner was a bust, and then he put in Ty Simpson. Let me tell you something else that I think that shows us that Jalen could have been suspended on Saturday. At the 3-minute mark of the post-game press conference, Chase Goodbread, the reporter from Tuscaloosa, asked Coach Saban, Coach, can you tell us why did you play Ty and Tyler, but you didn't play Jalen yesterday? And Coach Saban said, well, that was an internal team problem. And then he said, and we've all got to learn to deal with learn to deal the right way when things don't go like we think they ought to go. So I personally think Jalen could have been suspended for Saturday, but he's our only hope that we have of having a good season. And I hope that Coach Saban was using that as maybe a lesson, and Jalen will get his head on right, and that we'll go forward with him. And I was just wondering, had you heard anything about any of that?
No, to be honest, I hadn't heard that. But Adam here in the comment box is saying that as well. By the way, I live in Tuscaloosa, so I'm not far from Northport. We're probably, somewhat next door neighbors.
Great.
It's there's some really nice neighborhoods in Northport, just really nice in that area. One of the things that I like about living in this area is like all these different neighborhoods in Tuscaloosa or Northport. They're so nice. It's like, really nice setups.
Yeah.
Thanks for the super chat, goated inside the comment box. I appreciate it. Yeah, now that I'll go back and listen to that press conference and kind of read between the lines.
It's at the 3-minute mark.
Okay.
Chase Goodbread asked him, says, Coach, I saw you played Ty and Tyler. Why didn't you play Jalen? And he says something like, well, that was an internal team thing, and we all have to learn to deal with adversity and how to basically act when things don't go like we think they ought to go. So it sounds like he and Coach Saban had some words, or Jalen didn't react the way he wanted him to, and he set him down as kind of a lesson. Look, I was around for all of the Coach Bryant years, and Coach Bryant had some bad years. So Coach Saban has earned the right to to coach just as long as he wants. But this kinder, gentler Saban, I don't like.
Yeah,
I think he needs to go back to being a little more hard nosed. I think he's being a little too laid back, but that's just my opinion. I know you've got other callers, so I'll get off. But look, thank you very much for taking my call, and I love your show.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the feedback, and
okay,
I'll be on again tonight, so feel free to call back if you would like to. All right, that was Terry.
Okay, thank you.
Terry calling from Northport. You know what? Let's just listen to that press conference just from that point and see if we can make out anything. All right, so I'm going to take myself out. Callers, I'll be right with you guys. But here's Saban. Last night I got it queued up to around the part that Terry said, so I'm going to remove myself, and here's Saban from
that. Guys, raise your hand for me and speak up, please. Austin? Yeah, Coach, how did you feel that Ty Simpson played, given it was his real first action with the first team?
Thought he did okay. He made a couple really good throws, and we missed a couple big play throws that we've been making some of those, but I thought he played well. He managed the game well. We ran the ball quite a bit when he was in there. I don't think the sacks were necessarily his fault. So, you know, we'll evaluate it when we watch the film.
Coach, go ahead, Chase.
When South Florida jumped off sides to give y'all a key first down in the last few minutes, were you trying to draw them off, or were you really going to run a play there on that fourth down instead of kicking?
What do you think?
I think you were just trying to draw them.
Yeah, we were going to kick a field goal. I mean, you had to get up 2 scores in the game. So.
On your right here, Coach.
Coach, you mentioned that you were very impressed with your team competing today.
At the defensive, we thought we had 17 or something, which is, you know, a pretty good job of getting off the field.
2 more, Nick, and then TV in the back.
It looks like Jalen was pretty vocal in his support of the guys, especially after that first touchdown. What does that say about him as a leader, still being around for the team, even though maybe?
Yeah, he did a great job. He really has been supportive of his teammates, and I was happy to see that. And hopefully we'll all learn lessons from the experiences that we have and move forward in a positive way.
Okay. Learn from our experiences and move in a positive way. I can see, you know, there might be something to look kind of into. So we'll dial into that and see if there's a little bit more, because I'm curious to see if he was necessarily, you know, suspended, or if him and Saban did have something. I didn't hear that up until today, so I appreciate you guys bringing that, and something to kind of follow up on. We go back to the phone lines, and we got a 502. Let's do it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is John from. How you doing?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. John from where?
John from Kentucky.
Sorry, man. Connection just not good, man. Sorry about that, John. 502. Let's do it. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Mike from Kentucky. What's up, Kyle?
I appreciate you calling in, Mike. Welcome to the show, man. What's on your mind, man? That wasn't good yesterday.
Well, what's on my mind is what was on my mind last year as well. I think what we're seeing here, I mean, bro, nothing lasts forever. You, me, Milk, you know what I'm saying? I think we're witnessing the same thing that happened to Bobby Bowden, bro. I mean, he left the cupboard full at Florida State. Recruiting wasn't a problem. I think the generation gap has just become too wide, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids just don't tune in to a 70-year-old man. And you know, it's nobody's fault. I'm not saying Nick Saban still ain't a sharp football mind, but I think that's what we're looking at, bro. If not, then we missed 80 times in recruiting. So something's wrong, and it ain't the players. You know, I think the sun's setting, bro. I mean, I don't know what else to think. I mean, how could we miss that bad to not have a good quarterback in our stable at recruiting? I agree with your last caller. I think Jalen, despite his glitches, is the best shot we got to have some kind of a season. I'm not even thinking about playoffs at this point. Mississippi State's going to clean our clock next Saturday if we don't fix quarterback and fix it quick. What do you think?
Man.
I mean, I hate to be the guy that brings it up, but you know, I mean, the same thing happened to Bobby Bowden.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jimbo Fisher had a national title 2 years after leaving that team
mm-hmm.
with the same players. I mean, that's the only. I mean, what else could it be? What else could it be? We've got 4- and 5-star players. We got more stars in the Milky Way, bro. There ain't no reason to not have. And for Nick Saban to even say that he thought the team performed well Saturday, I couldn't wrap my head around that, and I still can't. And I'm not even gonna, you know, comment. But I mean, we all know that ain't true. I just don't get this. I mean, you know, we all lose the edge, man, and it's no reason for him not to retire happily. But I'm ready for a complete overhaul in the system, dude. I mean, the coordinators look worse this year. I mean, we played a blind school. Yeah, the defense looked good, but what are we going to do when we get an SEC play? You know, it just ain't. I hate to be the guy that says it, but I mean, it's been on my mind since last year. Since he hired those last two coordinators, I've been thinking for over a year now. Nick Saban's, he used to plug and play coordinators. It didn't matter, but he's running out of rabbits out of his hat, bro. I mean, that's what I think, man. I hate to say it, but that's what I think we're witnessing.
I think did the AP poll just drop? I'm with Mike from Kentucky talking about Coach Saban. Yeah, here is okay. Here we go. I'm gonna pull up the AP poll real quick because it just came out. Give me 1 second. You're looking at the AP poll. This is on the AP polls website. You guys see that? Let's see if I can. Here we go. And you have up at the top, you have Georgia. We got an ad right there. Let me close that. You got Georgia up at the top. You got, and this is just fresh out, Mike. Stay with me. You got Georgia, Michigan, Texas, and Florida State. So playoffs started today from the AP poll. Those teams would be playing. Okay. Florida State down 1 after they survived Boston College 31-29. Number 5 is USC. Defeated Stanford 56-10. You got Ohio State. You have Penn State. You have Washington. You have Notre Dame. Number 10 is Oregon, 3-0 after beating Texas Tech 38-30. You have Utah. You have LSU. And you have Alabama, who is down 3 spots after defeating South Florida 17-3. And then behind Alabama is big bad Oregon State. So that is the AP top 25. Back to you, Mike. Thoughts on Alabama being ranked 13th?
I'm not surprised we dropped. Dude, we played a horrible team yesterday and barely got away with it. Something's bad wrong. So, I mean, it's wrong. I mean, the play calling offensively is horrible. They need to dial something up that fits Jalen Milroe and put him back in the game. I mean, why can't they do a rollout or something? The linebackers are going to overreact and drag the tight end in behind them in the vacated space. Do something. But I mean, I haven't even seen. Our offensive line's like smoke going through a screen door. So how do you stop linebackers? You throw a slant. I ain't seen a slant pass thrown in 3 games. I mean, I can draw plays up better than that dude. And I don't even resemble a football coach, but they're not. We're failing across the board, and it's not just the players. It's everything. Whoever's doing the recruiting's not looking too smart either. These kids ain't panning out, or they're not getting coached right. I don't know. I mean, I'm about to go fishing. That's what I'm about to do. And I ain't coming back till things change in Tuscaloosa. We dropped 3 home games this year. The winds of change are going to start blowing in Tuscaloosa. Nick Saban or no Nick Saban. We won titles before Bear Bryant. We won titles after Bear Bryant. We'll win titles after Nick Saban. It's nothing lasts forever. And that's where I'm at this point. And unless something just, but I'm not expecting it to, bro. I mean, we're looking like a 7-5 team this year. That's what we're looking like. Bama ain't been like that since Mike Dubose coached them. Football ain't everything. I ain't gonna let it get me down as like it might sound. But I got a great family and a great life, and I got a lot of things to be thankful for. But dadgum, we're looking like the Mike Dubose era. I'm out, Kyle. I'll holler at you later, bro.
All right, take it easy, Mike. Appreciate you calling in. Mike in Kentucky. If you guys just missed it, Alabama's ranked number 13th in the AP poll. Hey, another homework assignment for you guys while I'm doing the show. When was the last time, excuse me, when was the last time that Alabama was ranked outside of the top 10 poll? Can you guys look that up? The statisticians that we have on this show are great. So if you guys could look that up. When was the last time Alabama was ranked outside of the top 10? Oh, Justin Wood. Thank you, Justin. Saying 2008. Wow. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. Sorry I missed you before, man. 2008. Where were you in 2008? Holy cow, right? What were you doing in 2008? That was a long time ago. Thanks, Justin and Bama Jeff with that. Appreciate you guys. All right, we go back to the phone lines, and we got a 205, and we'll start right now. Hey, welcome to the show. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, or where are you calling in from?
Cameron from Tuscaloosa.
Cameron, what's up, man? Appreciate you joining the show, man. Take it away.
I just think that I honestly believe you start Milroe, they're just gonna like blitz him every trip. I don't think that's gonna work either, especially this week coming up.
Are you there? Go ahead, man.
And the quarterbacks we have, we just don't, like the other guy just said, we don't have any really good passing quarterbacks, in my opinion, either. And the offensive line, yes, is bad, terrible. Can't stop nobody. Not even a nosebleed.
So who do you start on Saturday versus Ole Miss?
I honestly would just try the fourth string at this point.
You just throw in Dylan Nunn again?
Just throw him in the game.
Right? I mean, everyone has been talking about him. Wouldn't that be crazy if he comes in and he's just like completely balls out and be like, what the hell? It took us 3 weeks to figure this out. So I don't know if we're ever going to see Dylan Nunn again or not, but I mean, shoot. Might as well give him a shot too. I don't know. I mean, but I think you got to start Milroe. That's my vote. I know it posted in the comment box, but I'm just asking everybody since it's relevant. Look, Ty, I think he is going to get there. I don't think he's there yet. I don't think. But then again, we just saw such a small sample size, and the offensive line is so. They're playing like crap, so I don't know. I mean, maybe Simpson's better. Maybe it's on Reese. I have no idea. What else, man? What'd you think of the running game? It looked like, that was, they got going kind of there in the second half.
Yes, the second string, in my opinion, the second string running back is better than the first string.
Yeah, Roydell Williams.
Yeah, Roydell Williams. I think he's better than McClellan.
He might be. I mean, I think he might. I have to look at their pass blocking grades because that's an important part of this as well. But Roydell Williams, the thing about him, he runs downhill. He runs hard. I mean, they both run hard. Roydell Williams is stout, no doubt about it. He's a very talented running back, and I think the more of him we see, I don't think anybody's going to be upset about it. I mean, the guy's a grown man. He's built like a rock, and he's tough, man. I mean, over 100 yards yesterday. I thought certainly he'll be the Alabama Offensive Player of the Week 100%.
Yes. I like. He doesn't really impress me this past Saturday.
Yeah, no, he's good, man. He's 100%. What else, man? What else you thinking when you look at this squad kind of going into this next matchup against Ole Miss?
Like I said, I don't really see anything changing. I'm already looking forward to next season. Honestly, I'll be watching Colorado. Colorado looks promising, and I think they can beat Bama right now.
That's a good poll. That would be a good. Okay, here. How about this? I'm gonna put this up. Okay, who wins? Right now, next week, if they play next week, okay, who wins? Colorado or Alabama? Seriously,
I'm going with Colorado. From what I saw, I definitely believe.
Just right now, if Alabama is playing instead of Ole Miss, they're playing Colorado. Who are you taking? Post inside the comment box. Who wins that game? But is Travis Hunter healthy? People saying Bama. I think Bama.
Well, you got a point. You got a point there.
Yeah, I don't know. People are saying Colorado. It's kind of split right now. Somebody take a straw poll. Hey, I got to move to my next caller, man, but I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for the poll, Cameron. I appreciate it, man.
All right.
All right, take it easy. Cameron calling in from Tuscaloosa right here in beautiful Tuscaloosa. Got a 256 and we got a 205 and a 419. We'll get to you guys in just a second. I think there was I want to get to a super chat that we had. Hey, Mr. B205, appreciate it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel Saban played Buckner and Simpson so people can see Milroe is QB1 and see he isn't the issue. It's a method of his madness. Diabolical. You imagine if that was kind of the setup, that Saban just puts out, you know, these two quarterbacks just to kind of he play chess on the back end? Is that what he's doing? Do you guys think that that's accurate? Look, he had to give those guys opportunities. He had to play Buckner and Simpson because he's looking for that consistency. Buckner got in, he pulled him out. Simpson let him ride it out, got the dub. And it was good to see Simpson, honestly. I think that's a guy who's been patient. He stayed away from, you know, complaining on social media and stuff like that, waited his turn, came in, threw a nice rock, got the dub, got out of there. Now it's up to the coaches. What do we do going forward, and how do we beat Ole Miss? Can Ty Simpson beat Ole Miss? Do we have what it takes to stop Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin? I think so on the defensive side. I personally, I kind of like the defense. But the offense, man, it's just so sus, right? I appreciate the super chat. We go back to the phone lines, and we go 256 to start it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Chris from Alabama. How you doing?
Chris, you said?
Yes, I'm sorry. Chris from Alabama.
Yeah,
How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Take it away. Welcome to the show.
All right. I know everybody's been talking about the offensive line and talking about the starting quarterback and everything, but I want to kind of stick my neck out a little bit and say a couple of things. All right, our offensive line is pretty much what it is at this point. Now, that's just what I think. We got to find ways. Forget about the quarterback right now. We've got to find ways to protect the offensive line, and I think there's a couple of different ways to do that. One, I know Saban's always been married to a one-back system, but if we could put two of our really good running backs back there in the backfield and do a max protection, that'll help the offensive line out a lot, and I think it gives another check down or an out, an oh crap route for whoever is at quarterback, no matter who's in there. I think you're right. I agree with you and a couple of the other callers. We need to get the ball out to the flat a little bit more. I did like seeing that Saturday in the game, and changing the surface on the line of scrimmage. Believe it or not, that affects the pass rush a lot too. When you've got tight ends chipping defensive ends and different things coming out for patterns, those things actually help out a lot. So right now we've got to protect the offensive line. And the other way I think that we can do that, we've gotten away from zone blocking schemes and different things where the offensive line has to work together in the run game. But we need to change up some of our play action off of, the lineman actually firing off coming upfield instead of pass setting where we're getting beat up so bad. There's some run and shoot concepts and different things to where, think Johnny Manziel, at Texas A&M back several years ago, putting him out in the flat and just having simple route concepts to where he's making, 1 to 2 reads, throw to the open guy, and if he's not there, keep running and go pick up yards. Those are some things that I think we can do no matter who's in at quarterback, because a lot of these guys have the same skill set. It's just who can do, who gives you the best shot. Now, I don't necessarily think that me personally, I don't necessarily think that any one of them at this point is better than the other one. But I think we need to go back and at least change these things up to where we've got to stop going from, spread drop back passing and then the next play lining up with a tight end on the field and running the ball. It gets very predictable by formation. It gets extremely predictable by formation what your tendencies are. So those are some things that I think can kind of fix everything. But, forget about the quarterback right now. We've got to protect the offensive line and give whoever's back there enough time to be able to do anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I think. That's what I think about it. Those are some overall concepts, and I think it's very doable.
Mm-hmm. I do like the 2-back set idea. Roydell and Jace back there. Although, Jace is, I think his pass blocking grade was lacking. But then I was going to say Jalen Milroe. I don't know. But I get your point. You know what I'm saying? You're adding extra protection for whoever the quarterback is in there. And I do think the formation sometimes is a big tell for this team. For example, like when you have Robbie Oots in there, you know exactly what's going to happen. As an H-back. So, right. A lot of this is on Reese. I just think like we've been, kind of grilling the quarterbacks, and rightfully so, in the offensive line because the stats have been there. But like the offensive play calling has just not been it through these first 3 games. And I get it. There's no consistency. Things are in haywire at the quarterback position, but just feels like we don't know what the hell this team is doing. Right? Are they a running team? Can they throw the ball? Sometimes Jalen Milroe goes over the top, then he throws an interception. Then they run for over 100 yards, right. Over 240 yards yesterday. It's like, I'm confused as you. Someone said in the comment box, I think it was Kay, said that everyone's tripping out, that they're just basically just, oh, this is what he said. He's like, you guys are so negative. We played non-starters. We're running no special plays. We were trying to prep for Ole Miss. Playing a little chess out there, right? Just kind of not showing what Alabama has. I like that. And then Chad asked me a question.
I can understand that.
Right? Yeah. And then hold on real fast, Chris. Chad's like, thanks for the question, Chad. He said, Kyle, can't call in right now, but answer this. What did Ty tell you that I was questioning his ability? He protected the ball, made plays. I was proud with him throwing underneath on 3rd and long. Yeah. I think for me, while I'm not necessarily co-signing on Simpson just yet, is the pocket presence. And I get it. Like a lot of that was on Caden Proctor because that was, 2 of those were on Caden Proctor. But I felt that he just didn't, right? Like those were on Caden Proctor. But I thought that there was a couple times where he should have gotten the ball off a little bit quicker. I thought some of his throws, were kind of, they just weren't accurate enough. And I think the other thing too was it seemed like he needed a lot more prep from the sidelines. Like if you go back and do the rewatch, Chad, he's just looking at the sideline the entire time as the play clock is like clicking down. So I don't know if that's like, if they need to click him up speed. Look, maybe they can fix that with just him repping the ones. And then maybe that will kind of, help facilitate that.
I think he was doing a lot of check with me.
Right? Yeah. He was kind of just like
I think he was doing, yeah.
And that's kind of interesting because
there's a bad delay.
Okay, well, I'll get with you on the other side, Chris. Call in again later tonight or whatever. We could wrap it up more. But I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. I really do. And I don't know, maybe you solve that with just having Kim completely run with the first teams this week, right? Like, just that's it. He's a starter. None of this back and forth stuff. And you got to think that Alabama did have him run with the ones a little bit because what if things don't work out with Buckner? And then if Milroe really was suspended, then he is the number 2 quarterback after Buckner. I don't know. But I think that I do like some of the things that Simpson did 100%. He throws a great ball. I do like his athleticism. I just right now, I like from what I've seen to beat Ole Miss, I think you got to have Jalen Milroe in there. Like I don't know. I know you guys think he's a turnover machine, and he might well be, but I know it's going to be a street fight. And that offensive line is not going to protect anybody, whoever it is. So you might as well put the best athlete on the field out there. Okay, we go back to the phone lines at 205. We start right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle? Uncle Charles, man? What's happening, man?
What's up, Uncle Charles, man? That was anything. I don't know. There was a lot of screaming. There's a yelling. I saw someone on Twitter said that they punched their TV. People were frustrated, Coach.
But let me tell you something. Let me. Whoever did that, let me tell you something. If you went and bought that TV, don't destroy your stuff. Because this is, you're going to get ready to destroy your TV, your living room, your bedroom, and your back room. You can just destroy all that because it's going to happen. It's going to happen real soon. Let me tell y'all. Let me school my Alabama family on something. Listen to me very carefully, y'all, because see, I'm only said this maybe 2 or 3 times. Let me say this to you. These children, these young folks are not the same anymore. We're dealing with new generation of kids. Listen, they want to hear DMX. They want to hear Jay-Z. We ain't going nowhere. We're right here. What? That's what they want to listen to. Look at Deion Sanders out there in Colorado. He's playing theme music, getting the young men hyped up. They get them ready to go out to the field. The standard that Nick Saban set, it's not a bad standard. It's not. But each year carries a new generation of kids. You have to understand that maybe Hightower and them understood his brand of coaching, but these kids are not. You got children flying planes and they ain't got no airplane license. They up in the air. Here you got a little boy, 6 years old, took police on 6 county run, and then they asked him, where you going? I'm going to the movie. To the movies, you already in the movie. These children are different now. These children are different now. Let me tell you something. I didn't like what Nick Saban did. I think Nick Saban was wrong. I think he was wrong because after you found out those other 2 wasn't that good, Milroe should have played. But then I hear this talking about he was suspended. Okay, that's under the coach's discretion to suspend a player. But let me tell you something. We got Ole Miss coming to Tuscaloosa, and they don't care who you suspended. They coming to win. They coming to whoop your behind. That's what they're coming to do. And now that you're in the water and the blood is in the water, the sharks are circling. And everybody's going to take a piece of you each week. So, Coach, I'm sending you a message. You're a good coach. You'll always be a good coach. But sometimes generations pass you by. That's all. He's 75 years old. So I don't see Nick Saban going on a 10-mile hike. I don't see that. I ain't seeing that. Not from no 75-year-old. Maybe these children are different. Maybe they need a different kind of coach that speaks their language. Because now you got 6'7" elementary basketball players, and there's a recruiter over there, and they ain't even hit college yet. And this is what it is right now. I'm gonna say this in closing. Times have changed, y'all. My great uncle, Uncle Sam, he couldn't see. He was wheelchair bound, and he was sitting in his front room. He heard some noise. It was a burglar trying to come through his room. But good old Uncle Sam had something for that burglar. He had some broom snuff. And if you don't know what broom snuff is, that's that hard snuff. It'll start your car. It will paint your house. It's all purpose. That's what it is. And he spit at that woman, and the snuff got in his eyes. And you know what that burglar said? Instead of for him saying, I'm going to get away from him, he said, please call the police. Now, what burglar you know that commit a crime, beg for the police to come get him? Things don't change, y'all. Things don't change. Maybe Nick Saban, what he's preaching, maybe what he's coaching is not for this generation of children. That's all I'm saying. And maybe some might agree with that. Maybe some might not agree with that. But I'm going to tell you, you finna find out. Times have changed. These children are creating brands, and they ain't even 5 years old. So you got to adjust to that, and you got to play to the narrative. Hey, how can I get these young men, how can I get these young ladies to buy into what I offer? This is what Deion Sanders doing. He have laid out a brand for them to buy into it. What Nick Saban is preaching is not wrong. It's good. But maybe he needs to change his way of doing things because the generations have changed. That's all. Now, I know people going to say, this is a crazy man, but that's all right. You can call me crazy. And you know why you can call me crazy? Because you over there and I'm over here and you can't do nothing about it. And that's all I got to say, y'all. I'll be back to see.
All right, Uncle Charles, the call. Branding, has times changed so much that has impacted the on the field play, right? Uncle Charles coming with it. That energy. You imagine having that type of energy in your life? That's what I need. Some Uncle Charles. I appreciate the call. One of my favorite callers, man. I mean, just the breakdown and the analogies that he has is super unique. I love it. What do you think? Uncle Charles, has the game in terms of the branding and terms of the direction of college football, especially with all the notoriety that Dion is getting? Do you think that is really spilling over into the locker room here in Tuscaloosa, into other places in college football? Can you keep up with that? Has it passed Coach Saban by? I don't know. Certainly hasn't impacted the offensive line play. I think that's just putting the wrong guys out on the field. And that's the offensive line coach is Eric Wolford. He's the one that has established this offensive line. And he is the one who has recruited some of these guys. And I think the finger needs to be also pointed at Eric Wolford, Tommy Reese, some of these guys who are in the coaches' positions. That's why, like here at Alabama, you don't get to talk to any of the assistants. So Coach Saban, and which I found really weird because we get to talk to the players. Like Jalen Milroe after Texas, we had to talk to him. Purdue comes out after he's thrown 2 interceptions and he has to answer questions. They weren't completely hard-hitting questions, but still, can you imagine? That sucks. You have to come out here and be like, yeah, threw 2 interceptions, cost the team, the game. But none of the coaches have to come out. The coaches Tommy Reese and Kevin Stilson should 1,000,000% come out to answer questions. Tommy Reese should come out right now. Honestly, we should be able to talk to the assistant coaches 100%. That would take a lot of pressure off Saban, so Saban doesn't have to, take all that heat from the coaching spot. I mean, I get it; it's his program, but still, if we can talk to the players and ask them, we should be able to talk to the OC and DC 100%. And you can at other programs, you just can't here at Alabama. It's something that I just don't agree with. Go back to the phone lines and 419. Let's get it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hi, this is Deshaun from Ohio again.
Hey, what's up, Deshaun? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
All right. I'm going to start off with this. Shout out to the defense. They played fantastic. We played the worst quarterback I've ever seen in the sport of football. He's doing a Dak Prescott pregame. And then you go out there and go 5 for 14. And these are easy passes. These players are wide open. I told you when I called in the other time, Tyler Buckner's not it. He needs to be at, the bottom of the depth chart. I'm sorry. And I'm not trying to be mean to him, but it's like you couldn't win your job at the team you're at. So I don't think you coming over here is going to make any difference, you and your coach. We have all running quarterbacks. And we're trying to play them like they're Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. They might want to go take a look at Baltimore and see what they do with Lamar Jackson with these running quarterbacks. We have run, explosive pass type of quarterbacks. Ty didn't play bad. He's just young, and the line is just atrocious. So I think we really should go with Milroe because what I see from Milroe, he wasn't mad. He was cheering his guys on. He was being a leader. And I definitely think with this offensive line, we're going to need that escapability to get things done. We're in trouble. But what I do not want to see is Tyler Buckner, number 8, take field for us ever again. Son, you're not it. 5 for 14, 34 yards, and you're supposed to be a 5-star quarterback in the NCAA? It's unacceptable, man. It's unacceptable. I was disgusted last night, Kyle. That's it. That's it for me. I just was all in discussion last night.
Hey, Deshaun, before you bounce out, I know you're calling for Jalen Milroe, but, Todd Simpson was able to, end the game. And we saw some good things from him, in a small sample size, right, against South Florida, I know. But do you think did you like what you see from him? And do you feel that he's capable to, win an SEC game coming up this weekend? Do you think he has it in him? Or do you think what's your take on him?
I think you should play him. Mm-hmm. I think what happened was they put him in a situation to where he was playing hero ball, go win us the game. This guy sucks. Put him in, go win the game. No, give him a real shot. Mm-hmm. Let him get full week with the ones. Just let him get his confidence. Let him see what he can do. Let him be under the lights where it's his offense, not trying to pick somebody up slack. I want to see what he can do. But if he doesn't cut it, just play 2 quarterbacks. Just play him and Jalen Milroe. Let him be a passer. Bring Jalen Milroe in and let him be Lamar Jackson 2.0. Just let him run all around the field and throw the deep ball. That's all we got. But I don't want to see Tyler Buckner no more. Nick Saban.
Mm-hmm.
And this is me talking to you, Nick Saban. I do not want to see Tyler Buckner on the field for us unless he's holding the ball for field goals.
Mm-hmm. On the line with Deshaun from Ohio calling, and we got a super chat from Chris. If Uncle Charles is right, why is UGA a two-time national champ? Kirby is doing what Saban taught him. Kirby's also, he's younger. Georgia also kind of has that flash, that allure that I think, people are probably a little bit drawn to. They're kind of like the new thing, right? The new flash, so to speak. Although with that said, they do copy every single thing that Alabama does. So, I don't know if they're doing anything that game-changing. But you're right. Like Georgia, is doing it. They were down yesterday. But I think the thing is, the quarterback, the offensive line. But still with that, Georgia's maintained that defensive level. Although I like Georgia's defense, so I don't know what the hell's going on. That said, Georgia was down yesterday to South Carolina. So I don't know, man. Appreciate the super chat. Anything else, Deshaun, while you're on?
Ty, if you ever see this video, do what we all want you to do. Be the savior. Please. That's all, Kyle.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you calling in, Deshaun. Roll Tide to you. All right, Deshaun calling in. We got a 615 and a 470. I'm going to break here at the top of the hour and go Buffalo Wild Wings and go watch the 49ers and the Rams. Alabama is ranked, but I will be back 6:30 for my evening show, and then we'll go heavy on it. So I'm going to eat some wings, chill with my son. I got a 14-year-old and a 10-year-old. And I got my mom's in town from New Mexico, so we're all hanging out. And, she's helping me watch them while I was in Tampa. I appreciate that. Let's see. I go back to the phone lines, and we go 615. Let's get it. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, hey, what's going on, man? This is David from Nashville.
I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the show.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, man, but we fam here. We've talked plenty, man. So what's on your mind, man? Take it away. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm not throwing shade on Deshaun. That was a good call, but I can't lie. I didn't know where I was in the queue. I was a little afraid I was going to have to follow Uncle Charles, and that's a scary thought. But Deshaun did a good job. So I got a few thoughts to throw out at you. Number one, was I the only one? I swear, at one point in the game, I had to question. I thought, have I fallen asleep? And I'm literally having a bad dream. Like this, that's how much I thought, well, this isn't real. Like this isn't actually happening. I know that we're not tied with USF. I was like, maybe I did. Maybe I fell asleep. And I'm like, no, I'm awake. I'm eating food right now, watching this game. And at one point I was like, did I don't know. Anyway, that blew my mind. I'm kind of like you. As far as just the quarterbacks and everything else goes, I think we are kind of being prisoners of the moment. I think everybody has kind of just reacting to whatever the instant tells us to react to. We come out of game one, we're like, Jalen Milroe is awesome. He's killing it. And he did great. And then we come out of the Texas game and we go, Jalen Milroe's garbage. We need somebody else. And then we watched last night and we're like, we need Jalen Milroe. We're going to lose every game without him. And I think the fact of the matter is most everybody, I think if we all stop and kind of calmly think about it, I think we would all agree no one is, well, okay, Tyler Buckner, God bless him, he had a bad game. But let's just say Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe. Like those two, you could make arguments for either. I don't think either one of them are just light years obviously better than the other. The way that I kind of look at it, and I like both guys. I'm pulling for both guys. I will support whoever wins it. The way I kind of look at it is the one thing that I keep hearing about Ty Simpson is, look, the guy's got a lot of potential. He's young. He's got a lot of talent. He just needs more time. And so he's fresh. He's young. He just needs more time and experience, and he could probably be a really solid quarterback for us. So my thought is, I'm like, okay, well, what if I told you that I gave him all spring with the ones. And then I gave him all fall with the ones. And then I gave him some time in the summer with the receivers. And then what if I put him in a few games and like a couple of big games and like let him start? Like, what if I gave him that kind of experience? And you would be like, yeah, that's exactly what he needs. I'm going, well, that's exactly what Jalen Milroe has had.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Milroe has had that exact scenario. So, and I'm not, again, I don't say that hate on Jalen Milroe. I think he brings a lot to the table, and I do think Jalen Milroe has a lot of potential. But I don't think that sometimes we process it in that way. Jalen Milroe has had all the things that we say Ty Simpson needs.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not all the things, but he's had some time. So that's a thought on that. Who in the world, I'm going to pivot real quick. Who in the world do you think should be our starting offensive line? Like, if you had to pick 5 guys, who would you pick?
Let me put up the Pro Football Focus grades real quick. I would go.
I mean, on the whole team.
Yeah. No, I got that. Let me put up the grades real quick. Oops. Let me see.
I don't have an answer to that question, by the way. I genuinely, at this point,
here are the.
I'm like, hey, I hear Ola Salinen's doing great. What?
Here are the Pro Football Focus grades from the last game against South Florida. Pass blocking grades on your far right. So what I would do is see if J.C. Latham can play on the left side. So you go with J.C. Latham. I'm doing like a complete. We're redoing all this right now. We're gonna resurrect all this. So we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go J.C. Latham on the left. We're gonna go Tyler Booker on the left. We're gonna go Terrence Ferguson. No, we're going to go Seth at center, Terrence Ferguson at stay with me, okay? Someone write this down. J.C. Latham at left, Booker at left. Let's go either Darian or Seth, whoever wins that battle at center. Let's go Ferguson. Let's go at Ferguson at guard. And I don't know. Let's just go through the roster and see who we can go at right tackle. I don't know.
I 100% agree with all that.
Like, let's just load up that left side with everything we got, and let's just go heavy. And look, if that's the strength, then come with it. And you know that left side is going to be dominant, and you know that Booker's out there, and you know that J.C. Latham is out there, and shit, if we have to run to the left side, then so be it, right? But it's like we at least
and at least the quarterback, is facing the other way.
Yeah, exactly. At least we have 3, qualified offensive linemen to the left. And then the right, okay. Jalen Milroe, can you see those guys on the right? Okay, don't let them hit you.
Yeah.
You're protected on this side. Bomb it or get the hell out of here. Like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, put a running back next to him. That's 4 eyeballs.
There you go. Then we go back to what Chris said. Put 2 more running backs back there. Put Robbie Oots on the outside and 2 receiver Isaiah Bond come in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, shit.
Yeah,
it's getting dicey, but I mean something needs to happen because Ole Miss,
I 100% agree.
Ole Miss is coming in thinking that they're beating Alabama 100%. Lane Kiffin is like, this is it. This is finally all my tweets have led up to this point, and this is it.
That is exactly. You know that is a.
And you don't think Pete Golding's coming in? Pete Golding's coming in 100% and be like, "Oh, you guys think about this. Lane, there's no one. Okay, Lane Kiffin wants this game. Imagine Pete Golding. What if Pete Golding comes in and his defense, ironically, is the defense that beats Saban? You know what I'm saying? Head to head.
I can't even.
God, I didn't even think about that.
I can't even think about it. Lane Kiffin has already drafted like 10 tweets and has them set up and ready to go. We cannot let that happen.
They are drafted. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know you have other callers.
Yeah, I appreciate it, David. Well, thanks for calling in.
Oh my gosh. Dude, real quick, I was just going to throw this out. A, where's Malik? Why are we not using Malik Benson more? B, I 100% agree with you about if the players have to get up and answer questions after the game, I 100% agree with you. The coaches should have to stand there and take questions after the game. And see, since we're getting the coordinators like out of the booth, let's just go ahead and take them out of the booth and, I don't know, put them on the field. Would that be so hard? Why in the world? Like, I don't know. I'm just, if nothing else, just get them down there. And Sean, Coach Sean says this a lot on when he calls in, and I agree 100%. They're not in touch with the players if they're like sky high up in the booth. And I don't think that's the place for them to be. I'll let you go, but it's good to talk to you as always.
I appreciate you, David. Thanks, man, for calling in.
Thanks, man.
The thing about it is, so these are the receiving stats right here. This is through 3 games, okay? 3 games. You have Isaiah Bond has 10 receptions. Kobe Prentice has 8. Jermaine Burton has 6. Mario Niblack has 4. Malik Benson has 4. Malik Benson has 4 receptions, right? Jeez. But I'm telling you, like, if anybody wants this game, it is Pete Golding. The guy that Alabama fans wanted out the most comes back in and is able to beat Alabama head-to-head by way of his defense, right? God, oh, my God. This is realistic. All right, look, if I didn't get your calls right now, I'm going to take – this will be my last call. So 251 and 404, you guys call back tonight. I'm going to take the 470. This will be my last call for this afternoon, but I'm going to be on – and we're going to go heavy again starting at 6:30, and, you know, we'll get into it again. So 470, let's get it right now. 251 and 404, call back so you guys don't have to wait on the line. 470, let's do it.
Hey, what's up, Kyle? It's Andrew from Douglasville again. Just, I don't even know where to begin, dude. Just what a crazy game. I think everyone's overreacting a little bit. It was just a weird day in college football in general. I mean, Georgia struggled. I mean, heck, Florida State almost lost at Boston College. I mean, what the crap? Then Kansas State got knocked off by a 62-yard field goal. So it was just a weird day. But I think everyone needs to take a chill pill. It was just a weird – that game was just weird. Just the rain delayed, the rain. It was just a weird, eerie game, you know. I don't know how to describe it. It was just weird, I guess. I just don't think we could get excited to play South Florida. It was just weird, you know. I think our O-line is bad. Obviously, the O-line is just bad. I think we'd be better off pulling some guys off the street, let them play at O-line, you know. Just not aggressive. I think Milroe may be the guy. I think we owe Milroe an apology. I think Milroe definitely gives us the best shot. And like I said, that Texas game, I still believe we could have won. I just believe we just made some mistakes that we did to ourselves. I don't think Texas was the better team. I still think Alabama's the better team. We just did it to ourselves. And I just think yesterday was just a weird game. And I think next week against Ole Miss is going to be the test. So I hope our guys can just be excited and get pumped up to play against Ole Miss. And I don't know if we need to do a 2 QB system or just let Jalen start and see how that goes. I think definitely we got the running back potential, though, so I think we just got to run the freaking football. If our O-line can't hold up, we just got to run the football because we're not going to have time to have a QB sit back in the pocket and pass. That's just not going to happen. So we either going to have to use Jalen Milroe's legs or we're going to run the football and establish the run game so that way it'll make the defense, you know, looking out for the the run game so we can pass, maybe get some opportunities to pass. So the pass, we got to open up the defense and to do that, establish the run game. And all these guys talking about firing Nick Saban or Nick Saban's his touch, just shut up. He's the greatest of all time. And is it hard to maybe communicate to these younger guys? Yeah. But I don't think we should fire. If we fire Nick Saban, what's going to happen? There's no guarantee anyone's better going to walk through that door, and we're just going to suck. So I think, obviously, Nick Saban's going to stay for the foreseeable future. I mean, I think he's going to coach as long as he can. I don't know. It's just a weird season at Alabama. We just can't find our identity on offense. And I think our defense is really good. We got a national championship defense, definitely. I just think if we can fix the O-line and just get something going on offense, just establish an identity on offense, we're going to be all right. So I think next week against Ole Miss at home, I think that's really going to be the test for Alabama. If we can beat Ole Miss, I think that would be really huge. So it's just we got to see what happens against Ole Miss next week. So I think everyone just needs to take a chill pill, and we need to just get ready and focus on playing Ole Miss and trying to beat Ole Miss. And if we can do that, I think we can be all right. Maybe run the gauntlet. But we just got to. If we don't beat Ole Miss, we're done. So just step back, take a chill pill, assess. I think, Nick Saban, and I think at practice this week, they've got stuff to fix. It's not going to be fixable in 1 week, obviously. But I think if we can get some of this stuff fixed, and get an idea of the QB position, just get something going, we don't have to fix it completely yet. Just get something going. Just get a little bit stable so we can beat Ole Miss. I think that will help a lot. But I know you got stuff to do, man, and it's always good to call in. And roll tide, man. What a weird day yesterday, but hopefully next week will be good, man.
All right, I appreciate the call, and you're right. Yesterday was really weird. I'll hit on that, man, but I appreciate it. I'll be back on live if you want to call in or listen later, man. But I appreciate your support, and thanks for calling in.
All right, man. Roll tide, man.
Roll tide too. Go to our first call. It's a 251, and we take it now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, man, it's Robert from Mobile.
Robert, I appreciate you batting leadoff tonight. Is it Tommy Rees? Is it the quarterbacks? Is it the offensive line? Has the game passed up Saban? Is it all the above? Are we freaking out? Help us understand this.
Tommy Rees is definitely nothing to be impressed with. He has made me do something I hadn't done in forever. I saw Paul Feinbaum on an interview, and I totally agree with him. so that alone should get him fired, in my opinion. He was in Feinbaum, hit Tommy Rees hard, and he was absolutely right. I mean, our offense has gotten far worse. I'm wishing to get Bill O'Brien back. It's that bad. Bill O'Brien was better than this. And of course the offensive line has gone way downhill. I totally agree with you that Milroe should be the guy. I mean, against similar competition, Milroe has performed far better. And I'm beginning to Bob even said that he's heard about Milroe. May have been Nick Saban's doghouse, which is why he didn't get in that game. Which I guess explains a lot because we were all looking at the game and wondering, why isn't Milroe in here yet? I understand. Well, I was totally on board with giving the other guys a chance. You can't say it's an open competition and they never get a chance. Mm-hmm. They got their chance. They went out there, and at the end of the third quarter, going into the fourth, I said, now you have to get Milroe in this game. It's way too close, and he still didn't get in. So him being in the doghouse, may not have handled the benching very well, unlike Jalen Hurts, who handled it quite well. I think that might have been what kept Milroe out of the game. And Nick said when this was necessarily completely worried that he couldn't pull it out because we had so much more talent. But yeah, it was just this is the worst game we played since the loss to Louisiana Monroe, and it was a win. Even though our losses, we played a lot better than this, and the offense was just absolutely pathetic. Once again, I agree with Paul Feinbaum. If I'm Nick Saban, I'm telling Buckner, you need to go look for another school. I mean, you're not getting back on the field again. Because Buckner was it was amazing how he looked like the guy who Jalen Hurts replaced in the game against USC. That's how he looked. It's like, man, think of the light. When are the lights going to come on? You look lost. Simple game managing throws is what's missing from the quarterback position right now. They're not the big deep ball that looks really good, impressive. The superstar ball. It's just a game managing a 5-yard out route. A wide receiver screen, a screen pass, a 15-yard pass. That's something like that. The game managing type throws that these guys so far has not been able to give us on a consistent basis. And that's what we need right now. It's great to have hero ball, somebody able to play hero ball, Well, right now, can you always just give me those game manager throws? And Buckner was just beyond. Even that was beyond him. But it was like, don't get out of here. And you almost wondered if Tommy Reese wasn't a plant by somebody to sabotage the Alabama program. His offensive play calling is so terrible. Why weren't we throwing passes down the middle of tight ends? We got some pretty decent tight ends. Those guys should have been taking over the game, trying to back that defense off our offensive line. Quick throws down the middle to the tight end. And maybe that opens up things for the running game and opens up things for everything else. Roydell Williams has showed himself to be, the guy as far as the running backs go. He was able to make something out of nothing down the stretch when we absolutely needed it. So that was good. But the offensive line is just, I'm watching the guy who's 74, I can't remember his name.
Caden Proctor.
I'm seeing a corner.
Caden Proctor.
Yeah, Proctor. I'm seeing a cornerback go around you. Dude, you got to outwin that guy by 50, 60 pounds. How is he getting around you so easily to go to sack Simpson? But that was constantly during the game. We definitely need to reevaluate everything. Hopefully, Milroe will be out of the doghouse by the time to beat Ole Miss to play Ole Miss. I don't know if we're going to beat them. Right now, I'm living in the camp with a lot of people. I don't have any confidence in this team anymore. Now, I've lost confidence in this team's ability. It's like, you can only give me so many mediocre games, and people still keep confident. It's up to you. It's up to the players and the coaching staff to get all the confidence back in them. Because right now, it's just, I'm not certain if this team is not going to lose 4 games. I could see easily 4 losses if we don't figure this stuff out.
On the line with Robert from Mobile. Robert, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about Ty Simpson in the sample size that we got against South Florida? I mean, is there some substance there? Can he beat Ole Miss? What's your take?
Again, you see what Milroe did against simpler competition. When Milroe was played against Middle Tennessee, it wasn't even a contest. I mean, he was missing a lot of the underneath stuff, and you and I pointed out earlier, hey, dude, if you don't zip those balls in there, they'll get picked. But he at least, it wasn't even a contest when Milroe played, and I don't believe this would have been even a close game had Milroe started from beginning to end. Mm-hmm. He can beat that level of competition fairly easily. It's when the competition gets above that he seems to have struggled. So right now, with Simpson, it was still a struggle. You still wasn't wowing me against the University of Southern Florida. I was hoping you could give us some wowers with that. It was just one really good throw, and the rest of them were maybe. His quarterback sneaks were good. I guess there's that. But no, I think should be Milroe and for the rest of the season, and I think he gives us the best chance of winning. We were all hoping that the decision for Nick Saban was that he had 3 really great quarterbacks to choose from, and he couldn't figure out which. But that's definitely not the case. These are the 3 worst quarterbacks in the Saban era, and that's unfortunate for us. So.
All right, so. Got the info in, Robert. So the over-under total points for this game, their prediction right now at 65. And then the Alabama.
For Alabama, Ole Miss?
Yeah. And then Alabama's favored by 11.5. So.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Wow, I did not think Alabama was favored that much.
and also, Alabama's ranked number 13th in the coaches poll. So, I'm sorry, in the AP.
No, that I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
That is not surprised.
Yeah. I know. Hey, Robert. Thanks for leading off the show. I appreciate it. Man. I mean, I pretty much agree with all of your points, to be honest. I think when you kind of look and checking the boxes and you look to what we learned from last week. I mean, Feinbaum does a great job stirring up, but in this case, I mean, those points are pretty dead on. And Alabama, like I was kind of like forecasting like the future. Now it's just like just win. It was really we were kind of thinking, what was kind of the mantra, and now it's survive and advance, so it's just like find a way to beat Lane Kiffin, survive that, and Pete Golding, because you can't let Pete Golding, if anybody wants this game more than Lane Kiffin, it's Pete Golding. Can you imagine all the crap that he heard about Alabama fans talking? Can you imagine if his defense is the one that beats Alabama? Talk about irony.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
All right. So
one more thing before I go,
go
we got really bad spoiled with the 4 best quarterbacks in the history of Alabama football, just right behind each other.
Yep.
I mean that just spoiled us to the hilt. So that's where we went from the 4 best ever to this. It's been a huge drought for us. But all right, man. Catch you later.
All right, man. Take it easy. See ya. All right, that was Robert from Mobile playing leadoff. We got a 716 and a 205, and a 251 just joined us. I was if you haven't followed Coach Kiffin on social media, it is awesome. First of all, I was looking for the tweet that he had earlier today. I mean, he's been tweeting out about Alabama nonstop. He tweeted 2 hours ago, GOAT as Alabama improves to 2-1 over South Florida. And then there was this photo that he had. He retweeted some stuff about Tyler Buckner. I can't find it right now. Here we go. This is it. I just want to show you this real quick because I thought, okay, here it is. So what he does is he tweeted this. I'm going to bring it full screen in just a second. And the way that he's doing this, I don't know, does this, the tweets from him are always, I always find them so, like they mean something. They're trolls, right? They're absolutely 100% trolls. So this one in particular, you heard the screenshot. I just had to go find it. All right, so check this out. This is what he tweeted. Okay, I'm going to bring it full screen. All right, so Lane Kiffin just tweets out, and he just retweeted Tyler Buckner, a video of him, and then he retweeted that Alabama beat South Florida, and he tweeted GOAT, and he tweeted this right here: family, the GOAT, portal, Ole Miss, Alabama football, 2 favorite places, and best people ever. I think what he's doing here is he's saying, and then he has the gratitude journal. So what he's doing is he's saying the gratitude journal for the portal, right? Or portal/NIL if you want, that is taken toll on the GOAT, right? And allowed for a better opportunity for his family to eat, right? He is coming in guns blazing, and he is just, the GOAT, this and that. He wants to beat the hell out of Nick Saban. He wants this to be, if Coach Saban is vulnerable, then Lane Kiffin wants a shot to be able to beat Nick Saban head to head so that if Coach Saban does retire at the end of this year, he can be like, hey, I beat him, hire me. This is Coach Kiffin's dream job. This is where Coach Kiffin wants to be, right? 100%. He wants to come back here. Imagine, what about this? What if he was able to beat Coach Saban? Coach Saban retires. Lane Kiffin takes the job and then hires back Pete Golding as the defensive coordinator. Alabama fans talk about a dichotomy of emotions, right? My goodness, they'd be happy, sad, mad, all in the same. We go back to the phone lines at 716. Let's get it. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle? This is Jared from Buffalo. Kyle, I'm just going to ignore what you just said on that last line. I'm just going to completely ignore what you just said.
Oh, man. Jarek, hold on. We got Jarek calling in from Buffalo. Jarek, it's good to rap one-on-one with you. I appreciate it. There's a lot to digest, man. How have you been the last 24 hours since this has all gone down?
I think the real question is how have I been the last 2 weeks of just me suffering with my bills in Alabama. I've been suffering, man. So it's not been great. But you know what? I said it during the post game live. That for me, I'm done with the emotions and the peer pressure, and I'm done. I'm done with all that. I think we all need to come to a realization of what this team is. And the fact of the matter is, this is a rebuilding program. This is a team that right now, and they've been hinting at this for the last the last few months with this team, talking about how they want to instill the philosophy, murder ball, all this rah-rah talk that's been going on about trying to restill the old BAMA standard. Well, this is going to take a process, because this has not just been going on this year, guys. This has been going on the last 3 years. This has been going on since the 2021 season, and we've heard rumors. We've heard Alabama alumni not being pleased. Like, they can see it, that the tradition's not being followed. And you got guys like Bo Scarborough, Reggie Ragland, Marlon Humphrey on Twitter. Like, what did Marlon Humphrey say on Twitter? That he's done. That Marlon Humphrey said that the dynasty is pretty much over. I'm not saying that it's completely going to be over. I just think that right now we're in a rebuilding period. I think right now we're in a period that we need to find ourselves internally and externally. But these players are full. I'm sorry. It's not a team that's full of continuity and chemistry and players that can hold each other accountable. There's not any raw leadership. There's no alpha males on this football team. And until that can get particularly fixed, and these 5 stars got to stop behaving like certain individuals and start to come together and to start playing like a unit and start to be like a team, we're not going to go anywhere. Like, there was no business at all, South Florida. The score was 17-3. There's no business. There's no business that an undersized defensive line was able to manhandle that offensive line that, quote unquote, averages 330 pounds. There's no meaning to that. So we can take away the X's and O's and we can blame these coordinators and stuff like that. But like I said before, guys, it starts with Nick Saban. And I know people don't want to put any blame on Nick Saban because of the accomplishments that he was able to display. But this is on Nick Saban. He's the one that got these 5 stars. He's the one that got these players. He's the one that hired this staff at the end of the day. Who was excited about Tommy Rees? Who thought that Tommy Rees was going to come in here and now all of a sudden he was going to change the complexion of this program? Notre Dame fans have been telling us for months of what Tommy Rees and Tyler Buchner were. Why is this a surprise? Why all of a sudden are people surprised that Tommy Rees is not creative? That's the first thing that Notre Dame fans have been saying, that he is not creative. He is the one that's held back this offense. And when you take a look at what Notre Dame is doing now with Sam Hartman, it's a completely different team. They're more explosive than they've been the last decade. So to me, this all starts with Saban, and I think that for the most part is going to have to end with Saban. This is a program that right now we are not going in the right direction. We are going backwards, and that's okay. Because like I said, guys, for the most part, not everything ends forever. The fact that we've been on this run for 15, 16 years is an incredible accomplishment that for the most part it's going to be a long time before somebody replicates this. But right now we need to reevaluate our program. I think as fans, we need to reevaluate our program, and we need to really kind of, I hate to say it, but bend our expectations. Instead of just thinking that we're going to make the playoffs or national championship every year, we got to reevaluate this program, and we need to see exactly how we are. How can we get to that particular process? Because we're thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead instead of taking the basic steps, taking those small steps. That's where we are right now. And right now, we got to figure out quarterback situations. We got to figure out how this offensive line can improve, if it can improve. Because let's be honest, it's been digressing. It's been regressing every year since 2021. It's gotten worse and worse and worse every single year. The penalties have gotten worse and worse and worse every single year. Our pass production has gotten worse and worse and worse every single year. A lot of the major stats for both offensively and defensively has actually gotten worse. You know what's actually gotten better over the years, and something that I would never say, is our special teams unit. The kicking has gotten better. The punting has gotten better. That's actually, you make an argument, that's the best part of our football team right now is our special teams unit. So, it is what it is with our team. Like I said, I'm done with the headache. I think that we need to think about realistic expectations, and I think we need to think about the future of this football program. But right now, we're not in a good spot right now. We're just not in a good spot, and I think that for the most part, we need, as fans, we got to accept it.
On the line with Jarek from Buffalo. It's a tough spot to be in when you only escape South Florida 17-3, and when you're tied halftime 3-3. And when you look at the statistics that correlate to this team on the offensive side of the ball. Let me ask you this, Jarek, from a schematic standpoint, let's just switch gears just real quick. Just take a step back. The defense. What's our observations thus far from the defense? Is this a better defense than we're giving them credit for? I know and I ask you this is because they go up against a really good Texas team. I'm not going to say elite because they've only played 3 games, but there's some NFL guys on that squad. There's a good quarterback on that squad. And then they played, South Florida, who had a quarterback who was just, kind of a gamer, playing with a lot of momentum. And then they played Middle, who just kind of threw the ball all over the place. The defense against Middle and South Florida, they've only allowed 10 points. Texas is another story. They didn't get any pressure on the quarterback in week 2. They got some sacks on Saturday. What's your observations from this defense? Could this potentially be a group that's not getting enough credit at this point?
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, I think that this defense, for the most part, has been, at least between the offense and defense, they've been the better side by far. They created way more opportunities for the offense to score. For what we've seen, especially against Texas in the first half, when they had, I think they had 4 or 5 red zone drives, and we only allowed them to score 1 touchdown. So the fact that they were able to do that and deny it and play over, I believe, at least over 80 or 90 snaps, you're going to get tired. When you play over 80 and 90 snaps, especially against Steve Sarkisian, he is one of the best play designers and he's one of the best play callers in the country. He's going to find those particular matchups at some point when you keep giving opportunities, and he's going to expose it. And that's exactly what happened with us against Texas during that game. In the South Florida game, it was almost kind of the exact situation. We kept giving our offense opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. We kept getting good field position on the offensive side of the ball, and for the most part, for the majority of that game, the offense really couldn't capitalize. So, this defense is a lot better than I think than it actually is. I actually think it's a much better unit than what it was in 2021. I think the secondary is way more aggressive. They're way better in run support compared to last year. I like what I see from Terry and Arnold. Malachi Moore has definitely stepped up to the plate. Caleb Downs is leading this team in tackles, I believe. And of course, he's made some mistakes, and I know a lot of people are going to get. It's that highlight of him getting ran over. But I mean, for the most part, Caleb Downs is going to be an All-American. He's going to be an All-American football player. He's a true freshman, and the fact that he's actually been one of our best run defenders, I think that can just go to show you, man, just the talent that Caleb Downs can display. He can play the pass and the run. So I think the secondary has actually got some major improvement, and guys with a lot of experience. Jalen Key is a guy that has been a pretty big contributor in the secondary, right? He's been a pretty big contributor in the secondary if you just look at those Pro Football Focus grades. So I like that. Our inside linebackers, I think, have been the strongest point of this defense. And again, I don't even think they're being really utilized correctly. I think a lot of those guys, instead of just blitzing them straight off the A or B gap, you could literally get these guys off the edge. Jahad Campbell, Quindarius Robinson, Kendrick Blackshire. You can make an argument that Quindarius Robinson might just be the best pass rusher on the team as an inside linebacker. And if we can just use those guys a little bit off the edge, just like how LSU uses Perkins and how Texas uses Anthony Hill, right? Those freakish, quick burst, athletes, just get them off and just let them play free. Very similar to how we did with Rashaan Evans during 2015, 2016. I think we can get more pass rush production out of those guys than what we are right now. So, you can make an argument that we're still not really utilizing the players to the best of their ability. The only problem that I have with this defense is the defensive line. Chris Braswell and Dallas Turner, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on between those two. Chris Braswell, once again, is struggling a little bit to play against the run. Dallas Turner is not really being as an effective pass rusher we thought he could be. And then the interior defensive line is not playing terrible, but they're definitely not playing up to the standard. Tim Keenan is a phenomenal run defender, but he's a poor pass rusher. Timothy Smith, for the most part, and for the most part, Jaheim Otis, extremely talented guys. I think Jaheim Otis has had way more production, but these are guys that take plays off. These are guys that take snaps off. They're not putting as much effort into it. They're not as consistent as we would want them to be. So we have our problems, including depth in the rotation with our defensive front. So that's got to get better. That's the weak point of this team, and that's a crucial point if we want to try to get to where we want to get to. But no, I think overall-wise, the defense has definitely played way better compared to 2021, and they're going to be in the run game, and that defense is going to be a big part if we want to try to get to where we want to be at.
I appreciate the call in, Jarek. You're doing a great job, man. We'd love to have you on the Coaches Show. I know you'll be back on Monday night, man. Keep doing your thing. Shining star, man. Big fan of your work. Keep grinding. Keep the hustle. Keep being authentic. And we'll catch you next time.
Thank you, Kyle, man. Shout out to Coach Smoot. Shout out to Coach Sean. Monday night quarterback. Can't wait for it, guys.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. That's my boy Jarek from Buffalo. You know, I want the channel to continue to grow. I mean, those are the type of people that I want on the team. I like the perspectives. I like the authenticity that Coach Sean, Smook, Jarek, that they bring. Have some other people that I have in mind as the channel grows. So hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe, and want to build something special here at Bama Football on YouTube. Here are the statistics. I'll get to my next callers. I got four. I got 205, 251, and a 973. Hang tight. I'll be with you guys inside the call queue in just a second. Here are the statistics against South Florida. Just kind of refresh. I like the stats on the board. Big stats guy. I kept stats even when I was in elementary school. When I played elementary basketball, I'd keep all the stats of all the teams, just a stat freak. Numbers tell a story. This running game got going in the second half of that game. Roydell Williams eclipsed the 100-yard mark. He was the first running back to do that this season. 129, feed him. Touchdown, longs to 48 yards. Jace McClellan, 74 yards. The quarterbacks, it was less than stellar. I think at one point they were 5 of 17 for 34 yards or something like that. Buckner, 5 of 14, gets yanked. Simpson comes in, 5 of 9, 73 yards. Highlight was the 45-yard pass that he threw to C.J. Dupree. Most of those yards came through the air. It was a nice ball. He missed on a couple. He threw a couple balls that were not as accurate as he'd like them to do, but, you know, he did what he had to do, and he won a game in a small sample size. I'd like to see what he could do with the ones all week and see if he could, you know, lead Alabama to a victory in SEC play. I don't know if that's going to happen. That's kind of something that we're going to have to figure out this week. You know, that's going to be who's going to start, and Coach Saban's going to say, I don't know. I have no idea. It's going to be based off pride and performance. And I guess, you know, that will be determined on Saturday. So we have no idea who's going to be the starter. Maybe we'll see even some Dylan Lonergan. I have no idea. The receivers right now against South Florida, Isaiah Bond had 4 receptions for 42 yards, and then everybody else had a catch. So it was C.J. Dupree had 1 for 45. Burton had 1 for 7. Jace 1 for 6. Robbie 1 for 5. Roydale 1 for 2. Malik Benson 1 for 0. On the other side, South Florida, 23 carries, 114 yards for Brown. He was also the quarterback, 14 of 28, only 87 yards. Hats off to the defense for allowing less than 100 yards. And then receiving, Atkins had 6 for 42. So that's how the statistics looked against South Florida. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I'll get to my callers in just a second. I want to run through the Pro Football Focus numbers against South Florida. Those are always fun to look at. By now, you've probably seen me break up Pro Football Focus. So starting at the top left, Caden Proctor. Position is left tackle, 66 total plays. His grade was 58.8. Ferguson, all the way to the right, 66.7. Some of the guys who performed a little bit higher, actually Ty Simpson in a small sample size, in 40 snaps, he graded out 78.3. Good stuff for just, you know, coming in off the bench and having to, you know, kind of navigate through, you know, a game that was got a little, you know, strange throughout the lightning delay or all that stuff, but came in and held it down. So good for the kid to come through. Who's that? Robbie Oots, who's also grading out high, 71.9. I was down on the sideline before the game. Dude, Robbie Oots. Oh, I need a full screen. Robbie Oots is an absolute monster. Like, monster. That guy is gigantic. He looked like he was 6'8" down there. He looked like he was 300 plus pounds. He's a monster of a man. Jeez. I think he's like 260. Put on pads on him, he's probably close to 300. Not sure what's up with Amari Knobloch. His Pro Football Focus grade only 39. Jeez. And let's look at the Pro Football Focus grades on the defensive side. And then I'll take some more calls. Caleb Downs, like Jarek said, everyone's going to kind of look at that play where he got bullied. Guy seems to be all over the place. He's second in the team in tackles. He had a grade of 58.5, true freshman. Lawson continues to play at a very high level, 88.3. You also have Chris Broswell, who had 90.3, grade out, and he had a bunch of tackles. I mean, Broswell really came with it, and I thought he played well the first game of the season. So good to see that. Kool-Aid, 81.1, and then Terran Arnold, 74.7. Those are your Pro Football Focus grades. There at the bottom, you have Chusman Marshall graded out. It looks like the lowest, 55.4 in 33 snaps. I don't think he's graded out well, and I mentioned that earlier on the show, the last two games. So I think we'll have to go back. But if you've been checking out, the inside linebackers, let me know what you think so far about Chusman Marshall. All right, we go back to the phone lines, 205. Let's get it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from? All right, 251. Let's go. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, what's going on, man? This is Kevin in Mobile.
Hey, what's up, Kevin? I appreciate you calling in, man. What you got for me?
Oh, man, a little bit of football talk about Alabama. How'd you like Tampa?
Oh, I love Tampa. Every time I get to go back to Tampa, it's good weather. Get to smoke a cigar, eat a Cubano, and, I've been there a couple times. The last time I went there, I actually went there for a wedding, and I stayed at the Don Cesar, which is over in St. Pete. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Tampa. It's always treated me nice, easy flight. Back, I got back early this morning. So, yeah, it's all good, man. I appreciate you asking. What you got, man? Your take.
Well, yeah, in regards to Tampa and their program down there, they have an excellent program, okay? They've been a damn good football program for a lot of years. People don't realize it. That is the largest school in Florida. How come you don't see South Florida against the Gators, South Florida against Florida State all the time, or South Florida against Miami all the time? You know why? It's the same reason why nobody wants to play Alabama, is because them guys are really good. Now, everybody, you want to play murder ball? I mean, I've heard the term murder ball thrown around in 2023. Have you heard that too?
Of course.
Okay, well, right now we're playing murder ball. So what are these people complaining about? The reason why Milroe is not playing is because he threw 2 turnovers against Texas and cost us the game. From what I've seen yesterday, Ty Simpson is our best quarterback. I think Coach pulled Buckner a little too soon. It was early in the game. He didn't hit a couple of passes, 1 or 2, but he pulled him fairly quick. The reason why Ty Simpson and Tyler Buckner are even in the conversation is because Milroe will not stay in the pocket. Milroe does not look down the field and find people. Now, if he wants to play like, Anthony Richardson, he wants to play like him, then fine. But you see what happens to Richardson. He's been hurt 2 weeks in a row playing that way. That's what Milroe is going to have to do if he gets back on the field. And, I see Ty Simpson being the starter. I like what I've seen. He's hanging in the pocket. He's hitting people. And that's what we are asking for. I think that number 2 on offense, the running back, I think he should probably start because he's a little bit more shiftier than number 5 at running back. And number 5 at running back is a bull. That guy, late in the game, he was really shining. He looked really good. I like number 32 at linebacker. I think he played pretty well. And as far as offensive line, you know, they were getting smoked off the edges by little guys. You know, you take a 320-pound guy and put him up against a 225-pound guy that's way faster than him. He's getting smoked. Number 65, that IMG Academy guy, he made him. He didn't do IMG no favors Saturday night by letting that number 0 smoke his ass around the corner. You know, I seen, you know, one play late. I mean, it was abysmal, you know. So, this is murder ball, people. 17-3 is murder ball. And guess what? The wrecking crew is, you know, going to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is next. Ole Miss ain't going to do a damn thing but get their ass whooped. Okay? I like this. I enjoyed the game. You know, I just don't know what people expect. You know, what I expect is us to go and beat the piss out of everybody this year. If 17-3 is what it's going to take to produce football wins for Alabama this year, so be it. I'll enjoy it. I don't know about you. I don't like a 40-42 game or whatever. That's crap. I would rather see Alabama do what they did last night, which was I'm telling you, South Florida is not as bad as you think. They have been a good program for a long time. You know, the sky's falling for all these fair weather Alabama fans that are just used to people scoring 50 points every game. You know, it's ridiculous. I mean, what do you think?
Well, I think that look, South Florida has a rising coach. Last year, this team, I think, won one game or something like that. So clearly, this isn't a team that has had consistency. I think that Alabama's team lacks consistency. And I think that until they find that, we're going to continue to try to guess what type of team this is. I've been asking people throughout the day who gives Alabama the best chance to beat Ole Miss. That's the next team on the slate. I don't think that we've seen a large enough sample size from Ty Simpson. But with that said, if he's given enough practice opportunities this week with the ones, then maybe he could do it.
He played pretty good, man.
And the thing about it is, I think if you rely on the running backs, like you said, Roydell Williams and Jace, then you can develop some sort of, continuity and you can come out with a dub. But Kevin, I'm gonna move on to my next caller. I appreciate you calling in. You have a good rest of your Sunday night.
All right, bud.
You got Miami and New England about to kick off, man.
Yeah, man, I'm on it.
All right,
y'all have a good one.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
All right, that was Kevin out in Mobile. We got a 973, a 205, and a 904 inside the call queue. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys calling in. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. And, I think this game against Ole Miss is going to be tough. I was really surprised to see that Alabama is favored by 11.5, you know. I just think that the game is going to be much tighter, especially with, the former coaches coming in. And it's a common thing now is like the coaching tree is so wide. But this particular game against Ole Miss, it hasn't been overly challenging against Lane Kiffin. But I think this one is going to be different. If Lane Kiffin can play non-emotional in this game, and what I mean by that is he wants this game so bad, more than anything. He wants to be at Alabama more. That's his ultimate goal. We get that. But the times that he's played Alabama, he's had opportunity for points inside the red zone, and he's gone for it on fourth down. I get it. When you're South Florida, you have to. But Lane Kiffin, he did it in some times that he didn't necessarily have to. The last time was in Tuscaloosa. I'm curious to see what they bring. I was talking to some people from Ole Miss, feel that they're not comparable to where they've been in the past, feel that they're a little bit down. but they're 3-0. Looks like they're having fun. They had the fire extinguisher going, with the young man, and he's like the happiest dude on social media. So, look, I think it's going to be much tighter than 11 points. So we go back to the phone lines, and it's a 973. Let's get it going. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, Chris from New Jersey.
Hey, Chris, man, what's up? Good to hear from you again.
Well, listen, you and I spoke about this right after the Texas loss.
Yeah.
Start Buckner in the first quarter, Simpson in the second, the better plays in the second half. Now, it didn't go exactly like that, but listen, I want to just say this. I watched your after show. The boys on your after show. They were so negative about Ty Simpson. I think Ty Simpson's going to get the first team reps all week. He's going to go in there with confidence. The offensive line is going to get a wake up call because they're getting beaten down in the tape room and the film room. The poor freshman's getting yelled at like every other play, and they're going to get a great plan. And Ty Simpson's going to lead Alabama to a win next Saturday. So tell your boys on the after call. They should go. The first thing they should do is all three of them should go, I apologize. We were wrong. Ty Simpson's the quarterback for the rest of the year. Jalen Milroe, I'll say it again. Love the guy. He is not going to take us deep into the SEC. He doesn't move. He doesn't set his feet. He doesn't make the reads. We got to move on. Now, Buckner is a 4-string quarterback. So I'd say hop Lonergan over him. And listen, this week, I pray they put in a Wildcat package for Milroe. I mean, throw him in the game, get Golding on his heels. We know that, as our guy, we were on our heels a lot. Listen, I'm a lot more bullish on Bama. I mean, so many people are down. There's a lot of season left. We still have Saban. And listen, these guys, people get down on they're so down on Ty Simpson. He didn't take the first team reps all week. Buckner must have, right? And he might have still been, barely. He's going to take the first team reps all week. They're going to be in his ear. He's going to be confident like when he was in high school. He by the way, he sets his feet and he was making the reads. He got sacked 5 times. All 5 times were not his fault. Milroe got sacked 5 times, and at least three of them were his fault. So, I mean, like I said, I don't want to be down on Milroe because he's a really nice kid, quality human being. But listen, you got to talk to your boys in the after show because what they were saying was 100% wrong. And when they're wrong next week, now listen, I'll call in if I was wrong, but I think Ty Simpson's going to lead Alabama to a victory next Saturday.
Ty Simpson. All right, got it. On with Chris from New Jersey. I appreciate the call. Simpson leads Bama to victory. Future headlines. Look, I think that the thing about it is when I think about this game yesterday, he came in and, he had to manage the game. He didn't have to overtake the game. So Alabama put Ty Simpson in, and they controlled the rest of the game, right, by running the football. If he has to win the game, that's a different game plan. And we haven't seen him in that game situation yet. So I think that you go into this SEC game, and I think you come, I'm sure the coaches have already talked about it, who's going to be the starter for this next week. Build out some game plans around it. It's clearly between Simpson and Milroe. Buckner is no longer in the equation. You maybe even mentioned, hey, we have Dylan Lonergan just in case. But, maybe you give Simpson the opportunities and see how, he can get something going. Because the one thing that this offense just hasn't had yet is a lot of momentum consecutively. It's just that just has been lacking. And you're going to need that against Ole Miss because I promise you, Coach Saban is probably going to mention this again, street fight. I can see this game going back and forth. I can see weird things happening. It's going to. Lane Kiffin, is a mastermind at getting, creative with it. And that's something that kind of going back to Tommy Rees that he seems to lack. I was watching, as I mentioned earlier, everybody, I was watching the 49ers play. And the thing that's so amazing about Kyle Shanahan is how creative he is with the offensive weapons that he has. And I get it. You have Deebo Samuel, you have George Kittle, you have Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, there's almost too many guys, but they all get the ball in creative ways. And the thing that he's not scared to do is he's not scared to put his best players in different positions. For example, he'll split out CMC, Christian McCaffrey, to a wide receiver position. He'll put Deebo in the backfield. The best athlete on the field, I think we can all agree, regardless, is Jalen Milroe. 100%, right? Whether he can read offenses or he can throw the deep ball, the dude is phenomenal. The best player between South Florida and Alabama did not play one single play. So I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that he must have been suspended or concussed or whatever is happening. Figure out a way to get him on the field. Period. Like, this isn't anything against his intellect or his inability to do whatever. Like, the best players need to play. And if he's one of the best athletes in the field, Tommy Rees needs to figure out how to utilize him. I don't know if it's a wildcat. And sometimes when you label these people as wildcats, it's like you take away that they can't understand stuff. No, like, figure out how to get him the football. Because if you remember, back during the Sugar Bowl, there was a clip that was released and Alabama got pissed off about it because he was catching passes as a wide receiver. Go back and look it up. You can type it in right now. Jalen Milroe catching passes as a wide receiver.
I remember that.
Do you remember
I remember that.
Look, who gives?
I do.
Get him the football in his hand because, look, the most electrifying play through 3 games, through 12 quarters of play, was the first touchdown of this season. When it didn't come from the air, it came from Jalen Milroe on the ground. When it was a missed snap and he got the ball and nobody could touch him. Figure out a way to get him the football. Figure out, design the offensive line to where you can protect him, whatever you can do. If it's Ty Simpson, then so be it. I don't know. But, got to figure out a way to put more points on the board. 17 points against South Florida isn't going to cut it. It's not going to be Ole Miss. It's not going to be Mississippi State. People are going to have Alabama on the ropes. I expect a street fight going on. I mean, Texas A&M on the road is going to be complete hell. It's going to be very challenging every single game. That's why I'm just looking at Ole Miss. This is going to be a very challenging game for Alabama, 100%. Chris, make another point, man, before I move to my next caller.
Yeah, the one I heard one of your maybe your show yesterday. I watched it today. Why don't we flip flop Latham to left tackle? I just I don't understand. You put this poor. I mean, this kid. Nobody should be down on Caden Proctor. That guy is going to play in the NFL. He's an NFL prospect. He's a freshman. He's thrown in, he's playing against basically NFL caliber for Texas. And, let's face it, some of those guys from Florida, they're going to the NFL. That, and your prior caller is right. They get a lot of, transfer portal guys from all over the place coming back home. That's a hotbed for football, high school football. We all know. So, how about flipping around the offensive line a little bit instead of messing around with the guards? I saw they finally put Ferguson in there, but they were forced to because Booker had back spasms. How about some creativity with the line? I mean, the one guy just completely beat Proctor, and he nailed Ty Simpson. I was like, we don't want our quarterback hit like that. Any of the quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what do you think?
I mean, Simpson, I posted on social media. I don't post a lot on social media. You guys can follow me on Twitter, BAMA, YouTube. And then my Instagram is Mr. Kyle Henderson. I tweeted out an image, or it was a video of Ty Simpson getting completely destroyed, to where he could physically get hurt. And it was Caden Proctor missing a block and actually pushing the edge rusher into Simpson, clearly not on purpose, but that's the kind of the way that the block edged out. And Simpson was crushed. And 2 plays before that, Simpson was on his back throwing away a ball because the pressure was coming up the middle. Saban did say after the game that South Florida had a ton of exotic blitzes or whatever. What do you think Pete Golding's going to do? Pete Golding knows who's on this team. He knows Ty Simpson. He doesn't know Tyler Buckner, but Buckner's not going to play. He knows Jalen Milroe, right? So Lane Kiffin studies Coach Saban. He reads, about Coach Saban every single night before he goes to sleep. Right before he goes to bed, he's like, "Where's my Saban?
Yeah.
Where's my Saban nighttime book?" After he does the book of gratitude, and I think because he wants to be in this position. And watch the Monday press conferences that Lane Kiffin does. See how he's like all high energy. He actually does mimic Coach Saban on his Monday press conferences, and he goes, "Oh, well, I don't know like what we're gonna do and how we're going to beat Alabama and this and that, and it's just going to be really tough to beat Alabama. It's going to be really challenging." But he's not like that. But he emulates it. I'm telling you. All right, Chris, I got to move to the next caller, but I appreciate you calling in.
All right.
And,
great job.
Yeah.
As always, Kyle. Great job. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you. All right. Take it easy. We got Elizabeth in the house. What's up? $50 super chat. This is the studio that she built. Good evening. Just joined. I owe Milroe an apology. The O-line is much bigger issue than I initially thought. I don't think that Simpson or Buckner could have gotten us 24 points against Texas. That's a great question, kind of in retrospect. Do you think, clearly Buckner couldn't. Do you think Simpson could have? Do you think Simpson could have put up the fight against Texas? Yeah, hindsight's, it's tough, right? Retrospect is tough because it's just hypothetical. Can you stay away from, the turnovers? Because that's what ultimately cost Alabama, along with the 10 penalties, along with, just drive killers. And that's something that Coach Saban has been talking about a lot, is drive killers. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping in, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate your continued support throughout this entire football season. You're right. Let me hear from you inside the comment box. In retrospect, do you think Simpson or Buckner could have put up 24 points against Texas? We really haven't seen too much for Simpson. They barely even let him throw the ball downfield. Missed on one, and then he hit, C.J. Dupree on a very nice pass that was 45 yards. So, I don't know. Still need more of a sample size from Ty Simpson. And, in fact, here are the quarterback stats. I like this big chart right here because you can see the stats overall. This is through 3 games. Let's look at that full screen. You can see that Jalen Milroe up top, he was 13 of 18 for 194 yards with 3 touchdowns, sacked 2 times for 16 yards. His efficiency rating was 217, right? We're like gasping for that now. Against Texas, different story. 14 of 27, 2 interceptions, 51%, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 sacks. Efficiency rating goes down to 140. Tyler Buckner gets in against Middle, 3 of 5. Nothing really to talk about there. And then against South Florida, he was 5 of 14, 35% completion percentage. He was yanked. Ty Simpson, 1 of 1 against Middle. Not too much. He actually rushed for a touchdown, as did Buckner in the first game. And then against South Florida, he barely did anything. 5 of 9, 73 yards, 45 was his longest, but he was sacked 5 times. Like Chris was saying, a lot of that wasn't on him, but, those are the statistics. I was I was reading the comments earlier today from my earlier show, and Coach Sean is saying that you can't necessarily adjust the offensive line at this time. You can't move JC and put him on the left side. So something needs to happen on the left side. Whoever's behind him, if that's Pritchett, I don't know, get him in. But Proctor, this is crazy. Proctor beat out Pritchett. Something needs to happen because the left tackle is going to get one of the quarterbacks killed. Probably Simpson. So Simpson needs to figure it out. If he's going to be the guy going forward, the left tackle position needs to improve. We go back to the phone lines, and we'll take our next call. It's at 2:05. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hi, Kyle. This is Terry again from Northport. I was just wanting to call you back and try to clarify what had happened earlier. I'm the guy that called and told you that I had heard, but I did not believe when I was told this that Jalen had been under some kind of internal suspension because of his attitude the week before, whenever Buckner started getting the majority of the first team reps, and I didn't believe that until I heard the press conference, and the part of the press conference, the post team press conference that you played, you were way toward the end and not at the beginning. And I'm sorry, it wasn't a question that was asked by Chase Goodbread. It was asked by someone else. And you can barely hear the reporter ask him, but he says, Coach, what was your thinking in playing Tyler and Ty but not playing Milroe? And then Coach Saban says, I think that it is an internal team thing, and he goes on and explains it. I have it keyed up, and I've got the phone on speaker and can play it if you want to hear it. I don't want you to get a strike or anything, but it's
no.
It's
Terry, let's
2 minutes,
hold on. Terry.
7 seconds into his into his press conference when he says his first words. It's right after he talks about someone having back spasms.
Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to load Coach Saban's press conference right now, and so it's at 2:57. Is that what you said?
It's at 2:57. You can barely hear the reporter ask the question. I really had to turn the volume way up and put in my earphones to hear the question. But the reporter asked the question, and then Coach Saban, the reporter says, why did you play Tyler and Ty, but not play Jalen Milroe? What was your thinking? And Coach Saban explains that. It's 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
All right, okay. So what we're going to do right now, fam, is we're going to listen to that clip from Coach Saban right here, and then we'll bring it back to Terry. So I'm going to take myself off, and let's go Saban full screen, 2:57.
Coach, open and straight. Ask questions.
Terry, I want you to hang tight real quick, okay? Just let's listen to this video. Just hang tight.
I'm not going to just ask.
I think 74 has a lot more confidence when he's in there, so hopefully we'll get him back next week as well.
What was Tyler's injury?
I'm sorry?
Tyler's injury, Booker. Tyler's injury, Tyler Booker's injury.
Yeah, it's back spasms.
And as far as the quarterbacks, what went into playing Tyler and then Ty, but not playing this year?
All right, so the reporter, I have my headphones on. These are really good headphones. He says, what went into playing Tyler and Ty, but not playing Jalen Milroe? That's what he says. So here's what Coach Saban has.
Well, I think that's an internal team thing. I think that everybody has the opportunity to respond in the right way when, things don't go exactly like you want them to. And, we play the guys that practice the best all week long.
How would you evaluate?
All right, so there you go. That was the clip you're talking about, right, Terry?
The clip, and after I heard that, after what my friend told me that he said he knew it happened. He works at the university, but you know how that goes. Everyone has a source.
Sure.
I didn't believe him until I saw that Jalen didn't go in the game, and I kept thinking, man, they're going to put Jalen in because he is our best hope. And then after hearing this, it just seems like he kind of addressed it in a roundabout way. So it sounds like Jalen was in his doghouse for some reason. But what do you think after hearing that?
I think you're probably right. It sounds like you're right, but I mean, it's hard to say that this or that because I mean, I can't confirm it. I've asked some people, close to the program, but, people are pretty tight-lipped about that. Sometimes it's better just to wait for Coach Saban to address that, for example, tomorrow, rather than, go off on it on Sunday night, right? Because it sounds like we have the stuff together. So this is what I predict is going to happen. There's enough people talking about this that it will be addressed tomorrow during Monday's press conference. And then, we'll kind of move from there. But I think it's worth, searching out, certainly, because you're right. I mean, he says an internal thing, and it makes sense. I mean, considering the timing. We didn't hear about Jalen being concussed. That was kind of the other thing that was floating around, and usually you hear about stuff like that, kind of going into that game. So, and I was kind of thinking the same thing. I was like, I think I even posted on Twitter. I was like, put Jalen Milroe in, win this game, and get the hell out of Tampa. Because you need to win this game. Period. There's no just put him in, and because if Jalen Milroe plays in that game, I think can we all agree that Alabama wins by 21 or something like that?
Yes, I was screaming at the television. Please put in Jalen.
Yeah.
Please put in Jalen.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense when you look at it, but I don't know. I mean, probably something that we follow up on, and of course, if something does come out, which I'm probably sure it will, but right now it's kind of like Brad is saying in there, it's kind of like speculation at this point. But if you piece things together, it does look like there is something more to it. Anything else while I have you on, Terry?
Well, I was just going to say that if this is the case, this may be something that Coach Saban doesn't ever address, because it sounds like he wanted to handle it behind the scenes. Yep. He didn't want to make it public.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wanted to teach Jalen a lesson, try to help him maybe grow up a little if he did kind of pitch a fit about losing some reps and say, look, we've got to do what's best for the team. And so hopefully Jalen will get his head on, and I think he's our best chance to a win. And I hope he goes on and plays, and we have a wonderful season. But look, I love your show, and thank you very much for taking my call. Okay?
All right, appreciate it, Terry. Take it easy, buddy.
Goodbye.
All right, that was Terry calling in for Northport. Yeah, and I mean, look, if it's some sort of internal deal, it's like that's how it's going to be handled, and we kind of just move forward. And I'm sure there's more times than not these things happen, but there's clearly a reason why he didn't play. And I think Coach Saban's also giving these guys another opportunity for another quarterback to take the bull by the horns and see if another quarterback could gain momentum. And then when Ty was put into the game, they didn't need Ty to do too much. They needed him to win that game, close it out, be like a closing pitcher or a mid-relief, and he did just that, and I thought he did well. All right, we got a 904, a 256, and a 615 inside the call queue. We'll continue to cruise right down the calls right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe, and we go right back to the phones with the 904, and we start right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Edward from Jacksonville.
Edward, thank you very much for calling. Welcome to the show.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I heard that too in the press conference, and that was my impression as well. And just not taking a shot at him, but if a quarterback thinks he owns the team and the job, and he loses a game by 10 at home with 2 interceptions, then he does need to get his mind right. Because he doesn't have a clue. That's unacceptable. First of all, Saban will never accept the interception. He does not like quarterbacks who throw interceptions. Okay, he'd rather go with a lesser talented guy that doesn't throw interceptions. Okay, that being said, Jalen has had probably the 5 best plays we've seen all year, and then you throw in the pass by Ty, that's 1. So the guy's obviously more explosive. He's more explosive, and he's the guy, he's putting together the big plays, but his problem is the interception. So to me, it's just clear that we don't know who the quarterback is we need to go with at this point. And I say you got to play them both. You absolutely have to play both of those guys. Even though it's inconvenient to do so against a team as good as Ole Miss, you have to play both of those guys. Milroe's got to stop throwing interceptions. He's got to stop turning the ball over. And we've got to figure out whether Ty can actually be explosive enough, go downfield enough, and score enough points to win games in the SEC. We don't know this. So we got to play. I don't care if you alternate them every series. They need to both play, and we need to figure out who exactly can get the job done. You can't overlook the fact that Milroe has just thrown 5 or 6 passes 50 yards downfield on a dime. There are a lot of quarterbacks who can't do that. So you can't ignore that fact. And, we just don't have enough of a sample size on Ty. So that's my feeling on it.
Yeah, and I kind of think about that as well. Is like it's hard to judge or gauge Ty from this last game, right? You put him in, and I've kind of made the stance already that I think Milroe should be the guy going into Ole Miss. But with that said, I don't think we should discount anything that Ty did. And if the coaches feel that Ty is the right guy going into this next game, the first SEC game, then I understand that because maybe they saw enough from him during that game against South Florida, along with, all week with the ones, to put him in that situation. And then you go right back to Jalen as the number 2 if he gets into trouble or if Alabama can't find any sort of consistency. Because I don't think there's anything that Ty did in that game. I mean, yeah, the sacks, getting sacked 5 times, but the offensive line is straight trash right now, right? I mean, they're not protecting anybody. So I don't think there's anything in that game. There was one thing that stood out to me, and I talked about this earlier in my show. It seems like he just wasn't prepared enough. He kept looking to the sidelines, and that's another thing is like Tommy Reese is up in the box, and so is Kevin Steele. And someone brought this up earlier is that those guys are up in the box. I get it, for a better vantage point. When you're sitting up top, you can see the field much better. But I think sometimes those guys say that, they're afraid to be ripped by Saban, on national TV like he's done in the past. But it doesn't seem like Saban's really doing that anymore. So I don't know if that would help if those guys go down to the field to have better connection with their players. I don't know. I mean, like if you're an offensive guy, you can see the field 100% from the press box. So I don't know if that has anything to do with that. With that said, I mean, we kind of go back to like, okay, if you have a better vantage point, then what's going on with the play calling? They took no shots downfield, against South Florida. Not that they necessarily had to, but I think that would have, if you go deep to Bond or something like that, get creative with it, that spurs momentum. Against Texas, there wasn't really anything too creative, no misdirections, nothing to really your speed players. I know 2 touchdowns were taken away. So I don't know. I mean, but look, the interceptions and the turnovers, they're going to cost Alabama, but so are the sacks, so are the penalties. There's a lot to digest. There's a lot of finger pointing going on right now. I don't know how the leadership is on this team.
Well, yeah, the thing is, sorry, I was just going to say that the thing is, you judge the play based on the play, not by the overall, because, I mean, I've heard people say, well, it wasn't Jalen's fault, it was the line. But it was the line a lot of the night. But the 2 interceptions were not the line's fault. It was his fault. So you got to break down every play, and, everybody makes mistakes. But I'll tell you about the line. The line is fat. Some of the guys on the line are overweight. They're just overweight. So they don't have the speed or the endurance because they're carrying 20 or 30 pounds too much. So that's my view on the line. And they shouldn't have been allowed to report that way, But anyway, that's all I got, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for calling in. Thank you so much. We'll get to you next time. All right. Good call from Jacksonville, Florida. Got us a couple super chats to thank. Again, Mike, thank you so much for the 99-cent spot. Elizabeth, thank you very much. $50 in the can. Really appreciate it. And then Michael, DJ Smitty with a 5 spot. Bama needs to stick with Milroe, develop him, and he will ball out. Next game, Bama 6-point favorite. You also got Titan guy with the 199 spot, and then you have Joseph Washington, Kevin from Mobile with the coat move over, hype in South Florida. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. We got calls coming up from 256, 615, and 678. We got a 256, and we'll jump right into it right now. Hey, good evening. Thank you very much for calling in. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Greg from Athens, Alabama.
Greg from Athens. Welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you calling in. Take it away.
Hey, man, thank you. I found you on YouTube, and I really enjoy your show, and I'm a huge Alabama fan. So I think what it's boiling down to is, honestly, our offense. Tommy Reese has no creativity. He doesn't know what to do with the offense. I mean, I get it, our offensive line struggling. So let's just say that Ty Simpson starts Saturday for whatever reason. Please put somebody out with a left tackle like a Oots or somebody to chip. Give him some help. Or use it against him. If they're going to blitz from there, let's kick it out to him. Have some check downs. It was like we have no check downs to the running backs or anything simple for these quarterbacks. I think we started off Milroe the first game with some easy throws. I think Ty Simpson needs that. Because I guarantee he is the best pure passer that we have, except maybe the freshman. Could be as well. We've seen him, but he is definitely the best pure passer that can throw it deep, make the throws. He just got to make quicker decisions. Design something for him. That's his job. But here's the thing: even if you have Ty Simpson, please have a package for Milroe to come in when we're on the 20, run some RPOs. And why in God's name we're not running a ton of RPOs for Milroe, I have no idea. I thought we'd see a ton of that.
Yep.
We're seeing none of that.
Mm-hmm.
But have a package for if it's 3rd and 1, he's Tim Tebow. Give him the ball, go right up the middle. It's a first down every time. Go fast, maybe run another play. Or 3rd and 2, 4th and 1. Milroe is your best back to keep a drive alive. But have that package if Ty Simpson's a starter. Keep it easy for him. Get him to the tight end. Make the throws down the field. The receivers aren't the problem. The receivers aren't the problem. The offensive line is not giving time. They all have to have better pocket presence to move up and when to run and when not to. But if Milroe is the starting quarterback, I don't have a problem with that at all. He doesn't need to make these throws that he threw those picks on. He needs to be in the middle of the field. We need to be running RPOs. What happened to the slant when we had Tua? We had all these quarterbacks. We're throwing slant after slant after slant after slant. I don't know why we're not throwing slants. They're easy reads. They're quick. They come out. And like if you've watched any NFL and if you've watched the Colts, what they're doing with the Florida quarterback, Richardson, why aren't we doing more stuff like that with Milroe? Why that wasn't even thought of 2 and 3 months ago? I mean, it's just the concepts that we're running where their quarterbacks are terrible. I mean, terrible. I wasn't a big fan of this hire. The Notre Dame offenses were terrible. They were boring. They didn't score a lot. And guess what? We are too. It's hard to watch. It's really hard to watch. And I don't think Proctor really doesn't need to be a left tackle. Or like the caller before said, we have gained weight. Our linemen were not this big last year. Someone has told them to gain 25 pounds. And they can't move. They can't protect. They can't slide. It's just a combo of things that are making the offense really struggle. And I think Coach Saban really's got to have a little heart-to-heart with the offensive coaches. I'm not a big fan of our line coach. We've been terrible since 2020 or 21 since the national championship. We've had 2 swing and miss hires on the offensive line coach. That we just haven't had any development. I'm not real big on our defensive line coach, our outside linebacker coach. Overall, our coaching staff, if you ranked this staff compared to all the staffs we've had since 2007, would be the worst by far as development, as far as just making adjustments. It's just hard to watch. The last 3 years, we've gotten worse and worse and worse.
On the line with Greg calling in from Athens. I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate the support. And I think you bring up some good points regarding the offensive schematics of it, and kind of just I'm curious to get people's opinions. When we start to look through the sample size, because now we're starting to look at the statistics, the Pro Football Focus, the offensive line, the lack of protection, this quarterback debacle that we're in. And man, you reminded me of those slants when we had Tua, when Tua was here.
Yeah.
Because like those were deadly. Can you, surely Isaiah Bond, right? Like someone like the thing was those RPOs. And the thing about it is Jalen is, I think if the RPOs were more emphasized, it could be dangerous here.
Absolutely. I think he could make that the quick read. The quick read.
And that's what, maybe they're scared about that because he can't read. I have no idea, but you have the players to do it. And this is the thing that is aggravating is like we were waiting for these wide receivers to do their thing this fall camp, and now they're doing it. Like people in the comment box, I agree with you guys. Who's playing at a very high level, and we are hypercritical of him going into the season is Jermaine Burton. Jermaine Burton, like if somebody can get him the football, he's playing at a very high level.
Oh, yeah.
He's playing at an NFL. Exactly. Like he's ready for the NFL. I'm glad he came back. Because last year he wasn't. This year, by the time he goes in the NFL draft, I don't know where he's going to go, but somebody's going to be happy when they land up with him. And I'm glad that he worked on his craft.
Oh, absolutely.
Malik Benson, my goodness. Like, that guy has the DNA to also be an NFL-type player. Can't get him the football.
Yeah, he's getting better.
Isaiah Bond has the speed.
Number 6.
Kobe Prentice? Yeah. Kobe Prentice, he
didn't even catch
we
ran slants.
Didn't even catch a pass.
We ran slants with him last year with Bill O'Brien, but nobody's even tried to slant this year. I've just been so shocked with Milroe and what he can bring to the table.
Yeah.
I get it, but here's the thing also I think the coaches are thinking. now with we've changed the rules. It's not the clock doesn't stop on first down. You don't get as many possessions, so now turnovers are a huge thing. And look, our defense we don't cause turnovers like we used to back in the 2010s, 12s, 14, 16, 17s when we were getting pick six, causing fumbles and doing all that stuff. We don't do that anymore. We just, for whatever reason, the last 3 or 4 years, it's just dried up. So we're always if we turn it over, we don't cause enough to at least make it even. So we lose that stat about every game. But we didn't turn it over yesterday, and I get it was sloppy, but I just don't understand. Here's the other thing I have a problem with this team. Our teams, our big bad boy teams, our bully teams that we had, did they ever talk in the press about murder ball? Did they ever come out and say anything like what they're going to do to these people? Never. No. They didn't have to, because you just didn't do that. I think these guys are trying to convince themselves that they're like players of 7, 8, 10 years ago, and they're just not. And I honestly, I think a lot of it is the evaluations and recruiting has went down. We don't have maybe the best evaluators like we used to, even though I know we have them come in the summer. They do camps. We have to, Coach Saban love to see them in person, and that's great. But we're missing things. We're not getting dogs. We're not getting alphas. We're getting players that, you better have better coaches than what we have to get something out of them, I'm afraid is what's happening. But I've seen it happen the last 3 years. It all started when we couldn't beat these little terrible teams on the road, like Florida that year, struggled with Arkansas. We barely came back from Auburn on a 98-yard drive. I knew then, I'm like, something's not right, and it hasn't been right since.
Good call. I appreciate it. Anything else while I got you on the line? Want to make a final comment or?
Only thing I can say, I'm going to definitely be watching your show all the time. I think it's great. I love it. I appreciate what you do.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much, Greg, and appreciate your support. And, make sure you become a subscriber, and we'll catch up with you next time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Good call from Athens, Alabama. Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube, like Brad says right here. Hit the subscribe button. Appreciate it. All the feedback, honestly. We've been here since fall camp. Now we're entering week 4. This is the first game of the SEC slate. I'm excited about it. Following that, Alabama will be taking on Mississippi State. And then you have a road trip to another former assistant under Saban. That's Jimbo Fisher down in College Station. So I'll be down in College Station. I'm actually looking forward to going to College Station. I guess I'm going to fly into Houston. And then you're going to drive to College Station, right? I don't know if you can even fly into College Station. I'm sure you can, but I'm sure that's probably not the route. Elizabeth with another super chat. Appreciate you, Elizabeth. What are your thoughts on Robbie Oots? He kind of reminds me of UGA's Brock Bowers. Do you think he could become a major contributor? So here's the thing, and first of all, I appreciate the super chat. The thing about Robbie Oots, and I said this before the game, or I'm sorry, like earlier on the show, so I was down on the field. So these are the rules, like the media rules work like this. During away games, you can go on the field and film the guys and get some B-roll. B-roll is basically just footage that you have of the players. Home games, you cannot go down to the field at all if you have a press pass. There's recruits that are on the field for the University of Alabama, and if you film recruits, it's an NCAA violation. So the University of Alabama doesn't want you around the recruits when they are at Bryant-Denny Stadium. So it's completely different rules home and away. So I say that to you because I go down to the field at Raymond James, and I'm standing next to Robbie Oots, okay? Robbie Oots is a giant, like an absolute giant. Now, where he differs from Brock Bowers is he doesn't have the speed or the athleticism. He's an H-back, so he's more like a fullback. And that's no disrespect to Robbie. They're just different style of players. Robbie can certainly catch the football. He has good hands. And, in fact, he caught a good pass that was a little bit low from Ty Simpson in this game on Saturday. He's an H-back, so that means that they use him in the backfield as a lead blocker. He's very good. He's every bit of 260 pounds, if not more. And I really like that Alabama has him. And if you can utilize him in situations or whatever it is, I mean, this guy is absolutely the truth for sure. So good question regarding Robbie Oots. I mean, Brock Bowers is great, and had the chance to talk with him during SEC Media Days. Quality kid, going to be playing in the NFL. Absolute beast for sure. Different style of players, but Robbie Oots is an H-back, whereas, Brock Bowers is more your traditional tight end and a guy that is certainly incredible. Okay, we go back to the phone lines at 615. Let's do it right now. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Tom from Nashville.
Tom, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Since this is my first time, I got to do the SVP thing.
Yeah,
is that all right?
Yeah, let's do it.
5'9", 190. Do you got a bell?
Bing. Yeah, so you know what? So so the thing is, and thank you so much for doing that. So when I used to watch the Dan Patrick show years ago, that's how it would work. So everybody, the first guy who would call in, you would say your height and weight, and then they would ring the bell like you were coming into the ring. So I thank you so much for doing that, because it was my funnest thing to listen to. And one time a guy called in, and they remember Paulie was behind the glass? He forgot to hit the bell, and people were like, what the hell? Ring the bell. The dude just said his height and weight. With that said, Tom, you're on, man. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so I'm a lifelong Alabama fan. And I loved both Jalen and Ty in the spring game. And I thought the best ball thrown was came from Ty. I know everybody loves Jalen Milroe. I do too. He is incredibly talented. But Saban through the years would take somebody with a weaker arm that didn't turn the ball over and had great decision, capabilities, like Greg McElroy. I think when he won national championship and he had less than 100 yards throwing, but he had a lot of great decision making, because he's so I think when Saban interviewed Tommy Rees, I think Tommy Rees just pulled the wool over Saban's eyes for somehow. I don't know why. I don't know how he got that, because I think everything on the offense has problems. We have a really good defense, finally. I hated our last DC the last 3 years, but we got a good defense that's growing. But everything, the offensive line, the quarterback play, the mistakes, that's all on him. He's the offensive coordinator. Even if he's not the offensive line coach, he's the offensive line coach's boss. And he needs to get down there and find out what they're doing wrong so we can protect our quarterbacks. If Jalen Milroe had a lot of time, he would be a really, really effective quarterback. But, when I was watching Ty in the second half, I thought, man, what if Milroe was a beast of a wide receiver, like some of those big guys, in the NFL. And I don't know who has the most talent for quarterback, but it seems to me that Ty Simpson, the very first play he got in the first half, you remember the first play? A linebacker was came right in. He was right in his face, and he immediately knew where to throw the ball away where it wouldn't be intentional grounding.
Uh-huh.
And so I was just impressed. So a lot of times, a lot of the best plays aren't the plays that get a lot of yards. It's the plays that say, okay, I think this guy has a good decision ability.
Yeah, the thing about Ty Simpson, his dad is the head football coach at UT Martin. So imagine growing up in that household. He probably had to go. He's probably, eating, his chicken and green beans and breaking down film, with pops. So, he understands kind of the down and distance and the, where to put the ball in certain situations. So I don't, from an IQ standpoint and kind of understanding the schematics, I'm sure he has that down. I think that we've just, like I've said, earlier on the show, we haven't seen too much of Ty Simpson just yet. And we got a good sample size, and he was able to do what the coaches asked him to do. Go out, feed the running backs, make a big throw. He did that. There was a couple of throws that weren't there, but man, those were his first opportunities on a pretty big stage. Honestly, you're at a NFL stadium. You're fighting for your life with South Florida. One turnover in that game, South Florida is taking you to overtime or something. Like you had to escape that game with a W. And South Florida, I'm telling you, I got a super chat in, and this is from Adam. I appreciate all the support, Adam. Thank you very much. You're also a member. You can hit the join button at the bottom of any video to become a fan funder. Kyle, you were at the game. What did you think when you saw them play? Were they motivated or just going through the motions? To me, they looked motivated. I mean, it wasn't I'll tell you who was motivated was South Florida. South Florida, which is they 1,000,000% were excited to play Alabama, felt they could win that game. I mean, I think Alabama, came out with the right mindset, but like South Florida had the momentum. These guys felt like, if you listen to Alex Gollish, his press conference, and I know there wasn't a lot of people that listened to it. We played it this morning or posted on the YouTube channel. He said, he was like, we played good enough football to win that game. He's like, there are no moral victories, but he's like, we played well enough to win. Look,
he said the defense did.
Yeah, he said the defense. Look, I mean, this team won. What they win?
Because the offense didn't do anything.
They really didn't.
The only 3 points they got was on a muff punt.
Exactly. That's why when you came in with Ty Simpson, like a turnover would have spurred that team. That would have been like what happened. So 2 teams have blasted off from Alabama's season so far. Texas, they won their Super Bowl, right? Like literally, they're going to Steve Sarkisian. They're building a statue of him right now. It's going to be 500 feet tall, and he's going to be standing there, right? Like that's going to be outside in Austin. And then South Florida, he's going to be like, hey, come over to South Florida. We lost to Alabama by 14 points. Come on, like it's just like that's the measuring stick still for college football. Ty Simpson, we need to see more of him. If that's against Ole Miss, then so be it. We need to figure out who can run this team. There's athletes there. The wide receivers are playing at a high level. The running backs are starting to play at a high level. Offensive line, I don't know what's going to happen there. The finger probably needs to start being pointed at Eric Wolford, too. He's the coach that came in from Kentucky and recruited all these giants and that are big and slow. I agree. Like, Caden Proctor has a career in the NFL. So does J.C. Latham. But I don't know. I mean, the offensive line, I have never seen. I felt like fooled because I was excited about this offensive line, just not cutting it by any stretch of the imagination. So unless they start mixing and matching, I mean, Alabama is in street fights for the rest of the way. What else you got, Tom?
Well, yeah, I got one more question for you, and I'll let somebody else get on the line. What percentage over the next 2 games do you think that they will turn to Dylan? Is that 0?
No. I saw there was someone who posted this on Twitter. There was so many things that were making me laugh. Someone posted it was Dylan Lonergan. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it was Dylan Lonergan, and it was his picture, and he's holding the football. And he was behind glass like a fire extinguisher, and it said "break in case of an emergency." So I don't know. Like,
oh my God!
I don't know if I think that so I was like envisioning they're like carrying around this case of like Dylan Lonergan, and there's Saban's gonna break it through and let him out. I don't know. And so here's the thing on the depth chart too. It still says Jalen Milroe or Buckner or Ty Simpson or Lonergan. I'm curious to see if they make one additional edit and they remove Buckner from that list. Right? We're starting to make cuts as we go forward, right? I mean, I don't know. So I mean,
I don't even know if he's still going to be on the team this next week.
Yeah. So, anyways, I appreciate the call from Nashville. Call in anytime, and I appreciate your support. All right, man. Take it easy.
All right.
All right. That was Tom calling in from Nashville. We got a 678 and 256. We'll get to you guys right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Oh yeah, this was the other thing. Is there was a hat. This was a hat going around, and it was a red hat with red text, and it said, "Make Saban mean again." Oh man, I would wear that hat, honestly. If there's someone that can get that hat to me, I'd wear that hat. But I didn't anticipate him being mad last night. I think the team knows that they're not performing at a high level. It's usually when the team is really good, like a 2020 team or something like that, that he can get on them. But I really haven't seen him get too fired up, right? I mean, it just, maybe there hasn't, he's so good at putting out his message. But man, I just, that performance, kind of standing by that performance was just not it, because they didn't play well. And I thought they had, different opportunities to put that game away. They didn't. And they escaped. Like I was telling this earlier in my show, like when I met my Uber driver after, he was like, man, South Florida get killed. And I was like, no, I was like, it was pretty close. It was 3-3 at halftime, and he could not believe it. He was like, what? And then he was like, man, I should have taken that 31 points. And I was like, man, you could have. Because who would have thought that game would have been tied at halftime? Shoot. Okay, we go back to the phone lines, and we got a 678. We'll start right now. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Randy from Georgia.
Randy, what's up? Calling from Georgia. We appreciate the call, man. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
Hey, I'm a first-time caller and a long-time Bama fan. And to be honest, we're in trouble. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I'm not sold on the line. My thoughts on that is they're fat and slow. Of course, everything that I'm saying has already been said tonight. Those guys need to lose about 20 or 30 pounds each and get some speed in them. Because number 0 on South Florida had a field day against our guys, and I mean, he was behind them before they could move. Our running backs, I mean, they're good. Jace ran several plays to the outside in the first half and gained some yards. Rodell, every time he got the ball, it was up the middle, in between the tackles. I mean, there's no creativity, which brings me to Tommy Reese, and I am not sold on him at all yet. We have got to get creative. And, I've heard 2 or 3 callers say something about we're playing murder ball. Yeah, we are. We're killing ourselves. And the other thing that I was thinking about was our motivation. Our motivation went away when Scott Cochran left. Scott Cochran kept them guys fired up on that sideline during the whole game. When the fourth quarter got here, everybody over was jumping up and down, holding up 4 fingers, and they were motivated. Now, I know Coach Saban says motivation comes from within, but you need some external motivation too. Somebody to get you motivated really helps. I played football all the way through high school, so I know how that works. But we have got to find our identity this year quick, or it's going to be a long, long season.
Let me ask you a question. Who do you start at quarterback this week?
I'm really not sure, because from the post-game comments, Coach Saban said that Ty played okay. I mean, that didn't sound too encouraging to me. I think Ty Simpson will get the start, but I think Milroe will get back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of him, I would find a way to get him on the field, if not as the quarterback, but maybe, run him out of the Wildcat, or maybe put him as an H-back. The guy is fast. He's quick and shifty. He can gain some yards if you could get the ball in his hands. But we got to have time to do this stuff. and without the line blocking, that's pretty hard to do because everything starts with that line on both sides of the ball. So I'm worried about Mississippi. I watched them the other night playing Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
And they didn't look that great to me. Of course, Tech's not that great of a team, but they have improved. But I think it could go either way.
Yeah, I really do. That's why I was surprised to see that Alabama was favored by 11.5.
Yeah, that's we got to score some points.
Yeah.
And we got to give the quarterback time, whoever it is, to look at the field and get the ball to who we need to get them to. Whether it's running backs or if it's, the wide receivers or the tight ends. The quarterback can't do anything if he's running for his life back there. I don't care who's back there.
What's the?
So what do you think?
What's the talk from Georgia? Is it Bulldogs going to just run away with everything? I mean, what was kind of the talk maybe this morning or whatever after they were trailing South Carolina and then had to rally back to beat the Gamecocks?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm the biggest Bulldog hater you ever seen in your life. I grew up being a Tech fan, and then when I was in high school, my dream was to play for Bear Bryant. And I became an Alabama fan, and that was back in the late 60s. And I've been a Bama fan since. And, I mean, I'm a diehard Bama fan. So Georgia ain't looked that good from the people that I've talked to. So I don't know. Georgia don't play anybody. Their toughest game this year is going to be Tennessee, I think.
Yeah.
So,
and we saw Tennessee just go down to Florida, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of I agree with you. I mean, their schedule is so favorable. I mean, it just, that's how it works out for them. Randy, I appreciate the call from Georgia. Good context. Call in anytime. I appreciate the support, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Randy calling in from GA. We got a 256 and a 731 in the call queue, along with the 917. Get to you guys right here on Bamboo Football on YouTube. Did you guys watch the Colorado game last night? Colorado State. I used to own a company in Boulder, so and I actually covered the Buffs, the football team. So I saw them under McIntyre was the coach at the time that I was covering the team, and then they kind of made some transitions. And Boulder's an interesting place because there's so many things to do other than football, but they want football and they've had that success before. And to see them right now kind of in the limelight is awesome, to be honest. Coach Prime doing his thing. And I think the more that Coach Prime gets highlighted, the older Coach Saban looks. It's just how it is, right? I mean, the shades, the allure. I mean, he comes out, who brings Colorado on the field? Like Lil Wayne, right? In a game like that. Where was game day at? Game day was over there. The week before, they're in Tuscaloosa. I think he's just, every time now Coach Prime is featured, I think it just makes Coach Saban look a little bit older in that regard. I do like the fact that Coach Saban linked up with Pat McAfee on Thursday to kind of keep that image out there to that younger group. But right now, Coach Prime is it. And the way that they're playing, they're playing at a good level. I asked this earlier on my morning show or my midday show or whatever it was. And I'm asking you this inside the comment box. Who wins right now? If they play this Saturday, who wins between Colorado and Alabama? Honestly, who wins? Post in the comment box right now. I want to see who you guys think, Colorado or Alabama. All right, we go back to the phone lines, and we do a 256. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
It's Boots from Gunnsville.
Hey, Boots, yeah. Thanks for calling back. We've had you on the call, the show a couple times, man. What's up? Good to have you back. Go ahead, take it away, man.
Hey, Kyle, I tell you what, that Milroe's team, Everybody know it. Everybody can see it. And I tell you what, I hate to lose a game. I really do. And if they don't start anybody else this week, they ain't gonna have to worry about it. Did you hear me? 'Cause anybody starts out him on Saturday afternoon will be a loss to game. So that'd be another loss. So let them go ahead with that crap. If they can't see that them boys is not ready to run that football team, period. It's Milroe football team. He knows how to run it. He was running it fine. Yeah, he throwed a couple of picks. You got a man down there making $2 million a year. I guess he's making $2 million. That's about what an offensive coordinator make, ain't it, at Alabama?
Yeah, he's probably making like 2.5. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something. You could pay me $200,000, and I guarantee you, I could take him through his season without. I guarantee he wouldn't have 3 picks in 6 or 7 games. And you know why? Because you get back there and work with him. He ain't working with the man. Show the man, look, just throw the ball away then. Throw it out. Let's live another play. You know, he ain't got to make him stupid mistakes. You getting paid 2.5. Hell, I can do it for $500,000. Yeah, look at him. You tell Nick go ahead with that attitude and whatever he want to do down there. But you know he ain't above getting his head cut off down there. You know what I'm saying? Because the way he looking and the way he trying to coach right now, hell, I just soon have Lane Kiffin or somebody like that up in there. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know, it's about right now. It's about winning. And you going to mess the team up with 2 boys that couldn't hardly complete a pass. One boy sacked 5 times in a quarter. Come on, man. This ain't Texas you're talking about. Yeah, Milroe might have been sacked 5 times, but he sure got away from Texas most of the game. Now, look, leave the boy alone. Everybody get behind him. And if they'll roll with him for 2-3 weeks and let him get this team clicking again, we might have a change. Anything other than that, they can go and do what they want to, but they'll be sitting up looking suck-face come Saturday evening. Now, Kyle, roll tide, and you tell them to leave that boy alone down there, okay? Tell them to leave Milroe alone, and we'll win. Other than that, we're going to lose. We're fixing to lose. So they can do what they want. Roll tide.
Roll tide to you, man. Thanks, Bootsy. Appreciate it. That's Bootsy calling in from beautiful Lake Gunnersville. Appreciate the call. 731-917, you're up next. Uncle Charles called in earlier today. Man, he dropped it. That was good. We'll recut that. We'll push that out maybe tonight after the show. It was good, man. Good stuff. Good content. Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a really good football season. I think we've gotten into a really good flow of things. So I hope you guys are enjoying all the content and, you know, everything that goes into the channel, because I'm really putting my heart and soul to making sure that this is, you know, the best channel that it can be. And I appreciate all the feedback. I go through all the comments and I look at the comments, what you guys are saying about different shows or different videos, whatever. So we want to make sure that we continue to understand and respect your feedback. So 100% appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. Michelle Elizabeth is saying that Colorado wins. And let's see who else. I was kind of looking at the comments. Is it Bama by a landslide that you guys are picking? I have to scroll up for the comments. Who's this is saying Shadori will gas you guys up for 400 plus. He's playing at a high level. DW is saying Bama 48, Colorado 10. Davis is saying Bama by 14. And this is what I was asking. Colorado versus Bama. Bama by 10. Ken is saying Colorado. Maybe it doesn't matter. But Bama's ranked number 13. So anyways, we go back to the phone lines and 731, let's get it. Yeah, I appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, I'm Alex and I'm from Savannah, Tennessee.
Appreciate you calling in, man. What's on your mind, man? Take it away.
Well, I kind of want the comments to reply to what I have to say too, but you know, what do you think the offensive line should do?
I mean, I said this earlier about the offensive line, that there needs to be some sort of change, specifically at left tackle, because Caden Proctor, I just don't think he's ready yet. I want him to be. I'm excited about a freshman starting. I think he's had opportunities to prove that he could play at this level, and he will be able to, but it's not right now. And, specifically if it's Ty Simpson, Simpson's going to get hurt or, continue to be sacked if he's at that left tackle spot. So Coach Sean said that it's too late to make a switch at line. But this is desperate times we're in, honestly. And if they don't switch up that offensive line, we're going to continue to have that same type of pressure, and it's only going to get worse for Alabama. And specifically for the quarterbacks, there needs to be some sort of pressure. The game plan needs to be changed. You can't be one-dimensional. Defenses are going to continue to feed off this. If South Florida is getting pressure, Texas is beating you with only rushing 3, sometimes 4, these exotic blitzes. What do you think Pete Golding's going to do, who's been here, who understands how to play these quarterbacks? Pete Golding's been here he was here for 5 years? He went against this offense all the time. It's Alabama's playbook or whatever it is. Like, he understands it. He's gone against these quarterbacks before. He knows the strength of Ty Simpson. He knows the strength of Jalen Milroe. Pete Golding is like that one factor that is going to, we're all talking about Lane Kiffin, and rightfully so, because he is this amazing mind of calling plays. And, I do think that he'll probably be the successor of Coach Saban, whenever that is. But, I think a lot of this is on Pete Golding, and Pete Golding is probably going to eat up that offensive line. And he knows the strength of the offensive lineman. Like, he's in that room. He listens to that. So, this is going to be tough this coming Saturday. That's why I'm so surprised it's 11.5, but I don't know. You got to adjust it. You got to make some changes. And I think it starts with taking Caden Proctor out, but then who do you swap in? Pritchett? I mean, didn't Pritchett get beat out by Proctor? That's a scary thing. What else you got, Alex?
I think they need to lose weight. Everybody has been talking about how big our O-line is, but that's, in my opinion, the exact problem. I said this in the comment section like 2 times. Our offensive line is so big, they can't move.
Yeah.
And it's just, they need to lose weight.
Yeah, I mean.
It's not gonna, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Alex. Go ahead.
Like, you can't move anybody out of the way if you can't move 2 steps within like 2 seconds. Like, you just can't. Like, you're going to get beat out, because the only way we make the playoffs is if we beat Georgia in the SEC championship, if they make it. But, if USF is getting pressure on us, Georgia's going to have a field day with us. Nick Saban gave them Kirby Smart back when Nick Saban had his best coaching staff ever. And, Kirby Smart knows how to do defense, and he knows how Nick Saban runs things, because I don't believe anything has ever changed. But it's just, we're screwed. If they don't get it in gear, we're screwed.
What else you got from the offensive line? I mean, were you, when you watched that game against South Florida, what did you think about Roydell Williams? What did you think about some of the run game? Because that was a good spot. I mean, it was good to see Roydell Williams kind of do his thing, and a lot of respect for the kid. I mean, he's, he could be the main guy at a lot of different places. I guess he is starting to be the main guy here. Him and Jace kind of share that title. But what did you think of the run game against South Florida or in this last game?
I mean, it had its good moments, but it really wasn't that consistent.
Mm-hmm.
We had some good plays, but we also had terrible plays. Maybe that was because of the conditions. Maybe that's why we played so god-awful. But who knows? I mean, we got to get this in check. We got to lose weight. We just got to be smarter. We got to focus. And Nick Saban's going to have to do something, because right now he's not coaching like the greatest of all time. He's not coaching like he was in 2011. He's not coaching like he was in 2007 or 2009 or any of those years. He's not coaching like that.
Who do you start on Saturday against Ole Miss?
Our only chance, in my opinion, Jalen Milroe, because, if the offensive line is not going to hold up, he's the only person that can get away consistently because he's like, in my opinion, he's the fastest guy on the team. So, you know, he has a strong arm, but and run. You know, I'm doing Wildcat, a bunch of Wildcat. You know, like I said, the offensive line is huge. That's mainly because we wanted to run the football. You know, that's good for, you know, that's why I think we should run Wildcat, like Randy said. Randy from Georgia said, I believe we should run Wildcat a lot with Jalen Milroe. So,
Alex, I appreciate the call, man. I'm going to move to my next caller, but thanks for the call, and I appreciate the support, man.
Thank you.
All right, Alex, calling in. We got a 917 and a 251. We'll go right back to the phone lines. 917, let's get it. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Connor. I'm calling from Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
All right, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in, man. I went up to Muscle Shoals this summer, played some golf, really tough courses up there. So some of those RTJ courses just ate me up. First time up there, I love all the water, man. Good spot, good place to eat, man. I appreciate you calling in. Take it away.
Yeah, I really got a vent. I wasn't one of these guys after the Texas loss. Oh, man, I wasn't in a panic at all. You know, in that sense, yeah, there's things to work on and worry about. But this game, honestly, it symbolized, it just had multiple moments that reminded me of some of my worst feelings as an Alabama fan over all these years. And I guess the thing everyone's talking about, which is the main thing, was Jalen Milroe. Now, I'm kind of hoping there was some kind of suspension because I thought they should have not put Ty Simpson in. After that first half, Buckner should have been gone, and they should have put Milroe back in, and they didn't. And it just gave me flashbacks to that year Tua was hurt. They put Jalen in when they should have put him in earlier because they gave Tua that opportunity the year before. They didn't until he had to come out. Jalen brings us back, wins the game. Then they go back right back to Tua, and we lose that year, you know. And it just gave me that feeling. That's my biggest moment with Nick Saban. The only time I ever was like, man, I disagreed with whoever made that decision. I was so mad that year. But this kind of reminded me of that. I just was like, at halftime, I want to see Milroe. And I'll say I don't think anyone's on board with Buckner. But my biggest complaint about Ty Simpson was his good pass of the game was to a wide open guy. I don't think it was that amazing. Nothing. I think any quarterback probably could have made that play. And the thing I'm not with him and why I was with Milroe to begin with was last season, Milroe had the ball 2 times running, defender in front of him. He went head on with that guy and hit him. And then he went head on with 2 guys and hit him and lost his helmet. And that's that Jake Coker feeling. You know what I mean? And to watch Ty Simpson third down and the game's on the line still. We haven't won this ball game yet. And he wants to slide when he's like 2 yards from the first down. I was like, I can't do it. I don't want to see any more of this guy. That's not what we're here to. I get the quarterbacks need to slide, protect themselves. But in that moment in this game, and you're here to prove yourself, I was like, this guy's not it for me, you know. And so I just want to say I really hope they start Milroe next game. I'm going to still watch, but I feel like if they don't, I don't even want to watch the game. You know what I mean? But so that's my big thing. And then I thought the defense played pretty well. Other than it was these other moments in the past where Alabama, like the Ole Miss game we lost, where it was a good play on our part, pressure on the quarterback, it goes off the guy's helmet, and it goes the other way. You know, I felt we had a lot of penetration, and then this quarterback on Florida escaped and got yardage, you know, and clean that up and we'd be looking good. And then the next main thing for me was I'm kind of over McClellan at this point. I don't feel like he has it, and maybe that's us being spoiled with so many great running backs, but you know, I want to see Roydell Williams and the next guys get a chance. I don't think Jace has been too impressive overall, in my opinion, you know. But those were kind of my main points. But, man, that game I was so frustrated watching that game, and I just hope Nick Saban and whoever's in charge over there gets it together for the next game or can make some improvements. And I do want to hit on one of your callers who just called who mentioned Scotty Cochran. That's one of the most untalked about things that I've seen that I felt for me was one of the biggest losses Alabama's had, you know, where that guy, man, he was like a player. He was like a star player to me when I watched the game. Scotty, you know, he's getting wild. And whatever this apathetic kind of feel we have from this team, like that's what they need, I think, or something along those lines. But I've been rambling a little bit, but that's kind of like my whole take on the game. And I just want to see what we do from here.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. Yeah, I think like Scott brought that energy, right? Like he was kind of like that hype man on the side, getting everybody kind of lit. And I don't know if they have that. David Ballou isn't that type of guy. I'm sure there's some guys, on Alabama's sideline that might have that, but they don't seem to have kind of that emotional leader that he was. He was really impactful. And I know he's went through, some stuff and, kind of rebuilt himself. But yeah, absolutely. Kind of when you look to kind of that hype man, like they don't necessarily have that. I thought, I said this earlier on the show. I think the defense is, they've been playing well. I think that they're going to be they're only going to get better on the defensive side of the ball. And I did like, what they did in this last game. I guess when you look to this offense, I mean, just kind of the same things that we've been talking about. It's just the inconsistency. I guess I didn't ask you, Connor, who do you I think Uncle Charles said this earlier. It was like, if you broke your TV, he was like, you're probably going to break your bed and light your house down on fire by the end of the season, because it was like, the frustration. Man, I get it. Like, people were so frustrated by that last game. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't even believe that I was typing that it was 3-3 with South Florida at halftime. Just, things that you don't see, but there's still time. But look, I get it. Like, if you get into a street fight or you lose against Ole Miss, it's going downhill fast. Connor, there's a little bit of feedback, man. I'm going to break out, man, but thanks for calling in from Muscle Shoals, and I'll catch up with you next time.
All right, I appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Roll Tide, baby.
Yeah, roll Tide to you, man. We got two 251s back to back, and those will be our final calls. So we'll just dive right into it. Knock them out. 251, you're up. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Good evening, Kyle. It's Kevin, Dallas, Georgia, via Mobile, Alabama. How you doing this evening?
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you very much. Always good to get you calling in, and long-time caller. So interested to get your feedback on the game, man. Take it away.
I'm going to try to be brief. I tried to be Switzerland during World War II. I just wanted to sit back and not say anything, Kyle. But, hey, I tried to hold my peace, but I can't do it, Kyle. I can't do it. And that is, I just want to bring a movie in for a second as far as sleeping with the enemy. And I believe for the last 5 years, when it comes to our OC and DC, we've been sleeping with the enemy in the respect that the OC and DC for the University of Alabama, the previous years as well as this year, they're not utilizing the players to their strengths. One thing as far as when it comes to the stars don't lie. The stars only lie maybe, I'm going to say, 10% or less of the time. The 5 stars, but my question with the University of Alabama as far as OCs and DCs it's one thing to be able to recruit, but it's another thing to be able to develop. And I think as far as developmental, and I apologize for having to say it in this respect, has been piss poor for the past 4 or 5 years. Now, when it comes to working with your strengths, as far as whether it's Milroe, whether it is Simpson, or whether it is Lonergan, a question, and I think we all know the answer, if Jalen Hurts was playing under this, whatever this system is, because I don't even know what offense we're running, would he be a drop back quarterback? Would he be a rollout quarterback? Will he RPO, or would it be all of the above? Would he be pigeonholed as far as being the drop back quarterback? And the question that I have as far as Reese is concerned, why are you not utilizing Jalen Milroe to his strengths? And his strength would be as far as the rollout. It wouldn't be as far as your, quote, prototypical drop back quarterback. And for all those that may be on the ledge right now when it comes to the future quarterback, as far as I know we were spoiled for the previous years as far as with Bryce Young and Tua and et cetera, but as far as the future of Alabama football, as far as at the quarterback position, men, women, boys and girls, is presently playing high school football in the state of California. Kyle, the blessing with for these next 3 games is, if I'm not mistaken, I think the next 2 or 3 games are at home. Tennessee will be at home. Mississippi State will be at home. LSU is at home as well as Ole Miss is at home. So that should be worth something.
Mississippi State's on the road, just to clarify. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Well, as far as Ole Miss, LSU, Tennessee, those are home games. Mississippi State, I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because I think that we should be able to handle them if we. Oh, but let me ask you this, Kyle. In regards to, and I don't want to see this but this comment, as well as it being in black and white at any other Alabama broadcast game again, as far as having a line that is bigger than most NFL lines. My question to you, Kyle, is Ballou and the other guys still the strength and conditioning guys at the University of Alabama?
Yes.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then why aren't the University of Alabama offensive linemen doing the doggone splits that Evan Neal was doing 2 years ago?
That's a really good question.
I mean,
yeah, I remember
Evan Neal was.
Yeah, there was that viral clip where he was like jumping and like doing those splits on those boxes, right? That was like one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
But yet he was. But wasn't he? If I'm not mistaken, was he 300 plus?
Yeah, Evan Neal was.
Was he 300 plus pounds, Kyle?
Evan Neal was like 340, 350.
But there was never a question about him. Block as far as pass blocking, run blocking, conditioning, anything. But all these guys that are 300 plus, they can't chew gum and walk at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you have an understanding for Evan Neal. Yeah, I mean, like Adam saying, he was 6'7", like what, 340. And the crazy thing about Evan Neal is he is athletic enough to play guard his freshman year before he kicked out to tackle. So he started at guard his freshman year, and they slid him to tackle, where he eventually, now he's in the NFL. But yeah, I mean, he was, God, I mean, that guy was just incredible. Caden Proctor just doesn't have that same athleticism. He's a monster of a man. I would hope he gets there, but just, I mean, they're eating him up. I mean, Texas ate him up. South Florida ate him up. They were coming right through the middle too, exotic blitzes. That's why, Kevin, I am so worried about this Ole Miss game because of Pete Golding. And how ironic is that to say? The guy that you wanted to leave the most is coming back with a plan, right? Like, if you're Pete Golding, I mean, how you feeling about Pete Golding coming back?
Honestly, concern, yes. Worried, no. And the reason why I say that, Kyle, is just this. There are some people in life, Kyle, that you can give the doggone answers to the test, and they still won't ace the test. And I believe that Pete Golden is one of those guys. At best, he's going to do as far as Saturday will be a BRC. But the thing is, just as well as he knows the University of Alabama, we know him. So by that being the case, Pete Golden's strength is recruiting. He won't be recruiting Saturday. He will be coaching Saturday. And that's his kryptonite as far as coaching.
I like that, Kevin. I'm down with that. Anything else, Kevin, while I got you on the show?
Just this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that is be concerned but not worried. And the thing that we need to focus on is just one thing, and that is, in order for the University of Alabama to win this year, and I'm speaking sober, no Kool-Aid, no Barks root beer on ice, Kyle, no alcoholic beverage whatsoever, but I'm speaking soberly, and that is that the University of Alabama want to win this year. On the offensive side of the ball, what they're going to have to do is put all their eggs into packages that involve Jalen Milroe. On the defensive side of the ball, what sense, Kyle, do it make to get to the quarterback? And once you get to the quarterback, you don't make the tackle. And the next time that I see Dallas Turner in pass coverage, I'm going to jump off the Dolly Parton Bridge. Because why do we have Dallas Turner? I mean, that would be like, for instance, having Lawrence Taylor or Charles Haley and covering the running back and the defensive backs 15, 20 yards down the field when their forte is find quarterback, hit quarterback, put quarterback on the ground hard. But once again, Kyle, I might be just thinking with a rational mind. Maybe I need to think with an irrational mind, and I think Dallas Turner will be an excellent cornerback in the NFL. And maybe Kool-Aid will be an excellent pass rusher in the NFL. I don't know. I mean, I'm right now. I'm trying to. What do the young people say, Kyle? Think out of the box. So maybe Kool-Aid need to rush the passer. Malachi Moore need to rush the passer, and we need to have Terry and Arnold at the Mike linebacker and Dallas Turner at the. Let him be the Deion Sanders as far as we're concerned. Let him play the. We put him on the one side of the field, and he just shut that side down of the field as far as cornerback. And answer your question, Kyle, in reference to.
Wait, you forgot. Then you swap out Caleb Downs with Jaheim Otis. Put Jaheim Otis back there.
Exactly. And as far as at the Wildcat position, we'll put Robbie Oots as the Wildcat.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And the Colorado-Alabama question, Kyle.
Yeah.
Alabama will win, and the reason why they will win now, if you said Saturday, is because of one guy in particular won't be playing offensively and defensively for the next 2 weeks, and that's Travis Hunter.
Yep, Travis Hunter. Yep.
So that's good. That's good for at least a touchdown there.
Yeah.
So.
Baller. I know, Kevin. Don't look, man. I think we're gonna be fine. I don't think you're gonna hit the Dolly Parton Bridge. I did drive over some when I was our last caller from Muscle Shoals. I drove over some weird bridges up there. It was like these 2-lane bridges. You guys know what I'm talking about if you're up in that area. Over these dams, they were like tiny for like my truck, and I mean it was pretty wild to be up there and drive on those bridges. But stay away from the Dolly Parton Bridge, Kevin. Call me back on the next show, and we'll dive into it. Cool.
Will do. Thanks, Coach. And thanks, Kyle. Greatly appreciate everything you do. Take care and continue doing what you're doing.
All right, man. Take it easy. See ya. All right. 251. This is my last caller. So 337, I'll get you next time. Call in again next time, okay? Hang up now so you don't have to wait. 251, let's get it. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Kendall from Mobile.
Kendall, are you there?
I don't have an answer for that.
Can you not hear me, Cal?
Yeah, I think that was I hit the Siri button. Kevin repeat this. Let's start over. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Kendall from Mobile. How you doing tonight,
Kendall,
Cal?
what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Alabama quarterback battle and some things I noticed. You know, I watch a lot of tape. I do a lot of digging. You know, I do my research and stuff. From the jump, I've always picked Ty to win the job. Now, clearly, Milroe's more developed right now, and he's more game ready. But some things I noticed, Reese just don't call the plays to the strengths of Ty Simpson and or Jalen Milroe. He was giving the plays that should go to Milroe to Tyler Buckner yesterday is what I seen. It seemed like Tyler Buckner was getting the better play calls from what I noticed. Did you notice that as well?
Yeah, I could see your point on that.
And another thing I noticed with Ty was the game flowed a little better when he was in. Now, whether or not he starts next week, I don't know. But the run game flowed a little better with him. It's just Milroe, he's so up and down as a player. Like, I love Milroe. I wanted to succeed. I really wanted him to do good, but either you're getting a 50-yard touchdown or you might get a pick six, and you never know with him as your quarterback.
Man, can you imagine if Jalen Milroe throws another interception, right? So that's the crazy thing about his game is like he might throw a 40-yard touchdown, he might break a 90-yard touchdown, or he might throw an interception, and that's kind of the box that he's been painted in now. Whereas Ty Simpson, it might be more of a kind of a sleepy game, but he might manage it to where he feeds the running backs and you win. I don't know. I mean, like I said earlier, it's just like we haven't seen enough, of a sample size from Simpson yet. But I believe in Simpson. If he's able to rep and he's able to come out, then come with it. And then you could always go back to Milroe. But I certainly think it's Milroe or Simpson, and that's it. And I think it's away from Buckner. And I think if you break the glass with Dylan Lonergan, if you have to, then you do that. But I like what I got from Simpson. Don't worry, man. I got kids too. Go ahead, Kendall. Finish out, man.
I apologize about that.
That's all good, man. Kids are part of it, man. They're the best part of this life. Go ahead.
Simpson, though, we got to remember as well, I don't think he got any reps with the first string in practice, so he was kind of thrown in there at a bad moment. He knew where to go with the ball. I mean, he made some nice plays. He didn't put the ball nowhere to where it was in danger of being intercepted or he was no danger of fumbling. He just has to process faster. That's on issue with Ty, and I can see why he didn't start from the beginning. Now, will he be given a chance against Ole Miss? Who knows? But something has to be done with Caden Proctor. Like, who could we put right there, though? Who would you put?
I don't know. I guess Pritchett. And that might be the bigger question than who's going to start at quarterback, because who's going to start at left tackle, because that might dictate the entire offense, right? I mean, it looks like, it's going to be a street fight either way if you go with Simpson or with Milroe. But maybe if you solve that left tackle problem, then that can ease up on the quarterback. I don't know. But, right now Proctor might need a timeout. And since we've been swapping around quarterbacks, maybe swap around the tackle position and, see if there's anybody else that can, kind of have some momentum for that offensive line, because they're going to be in trouble. Pete Golding is going to do every single thing he can to beat Alabama in Bryant-Denny Stadium. Can you imagine that? Like, the people ran him off here, comes back, wins it. I don't know what's going to happen, but I guarantee you they're attacking that left tackle. Make one more point, Kendall, before we close it out.
To Alabama fans, don't worry. Every year, Alabama, we click at some point in time. Now, sometimes it's later than others, depending on whoever the quarterback is or whatever. Maybe we go with Milroe, maybe we go with Ty. It really don't matter till the O-line gets fixed. But remember, last year we looked terrible. Well, we didn't look terrible. We just looked like an average team until after that LSU loss, and we started clicking. Then we was wondering where this team was the whole time. So maybe things will click and get better. And the O-line, we got to give them time too. They form at different times under Saban. They always start off slow, so let's be patient with that. In 2021, they didn't start to form until the SEC championship game, and they got destroyed by Auburn coming against Georgia, and they played like they was all first-round draft picks. So who knows? We'll see.
I appreciate the call, Kendall, man. You take it easy, man, and call again next time.
Yes, sir. You too.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. That was Kendall. We got a super chat in here. Luckily, no fumbles. Were several of those blindside sacks. You're right, man. I mean, because Ty Simpson got completely lit on some of those. That was from Frank. Really appreciate it. All right. Appreciate you guys being with me on this show. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. You got Coach Saban's press conference Monday at 12 p.m. Central Time. We'll bring that to you right here on BAMA Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being with me. Hit the thumbs up. Anytime you see the content, really appreciate you guys' support. All the super chats tonight are great. Got Saban at 12 p.m. Central Time. You also got Lane Kiffin. You got player interviews as well. Going to hear from, I believe, J.C. Latham and Deontay Lawson, as well as Alabama turns the page now to Ole Miss. It's the first game in SEC play. 2:30 is the kick time on Saturday right here at Bryant-Denny Stadium in beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Stay tuned for Nick Saban's press conference on Monday, 12 p.m., and I'll catch you soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube.